Welcome to Harry's Verse. Today we're diving into a wild one. What if Harry Potter was Deadpool's reincarnation? If you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button and ring the bell, so you never miss a story from the vault. Alright, friends, let's get into it. Chapter 1, Cradle of Chaos. The last thing Wade Wilson saw, in the life he had been renting at a premium for some 30-odd years, was the smug, sunburned face of a mid-tier tax attorney named Barry. Barry was not a supervillain. Barry was not a god. Barry wasn't even a particularly exciting henchman. Barry was an accountant with a crossbow and a grudge, and he had decided, in the damp basement of an Atlantic City parking garage, that Wade Wilson owed him $37,000 and a sincere apology for sleeping with his ex-wife's cousin's fiancé's yoga instructor. Barry had, against all odds, gotten a headshot. To be precise, he'd gotten a headshot, a gas main shot, and a fortuitously dropped Zippo shot, in that order, and Wade had gone up like a Roman candle in a fireworks warehouse. The last coherent thought in his regenerating, self-hating, merc-for-hire brain had been, genuinely, honestly, and with the kind of awe only a man watching his own toes melt can summon, "You have got to be kidding me." Then there was black. Then there was light. Then there was a woman's voice, sweet and tired and somehow warm as a kitchen radio, saying, "Hush, love. Hush, my little lion. Mummy's here." Wade blinked. Or tried to. The lids of his eyes were about half the weight of the state of Utah, and they did not, in any technical sense, respond to orders. He managed a kind of greasy fluttering. The world, such as it was, wobbled into focus. There was a ceiling. An old ceiling. Cracked plaster. A beam. A whirl of witchy herbs hanging to dry that smelled like cloves and, sheepishly, cat. There was also a woman's face. She was young. Sleep bruised under the eyes, hair the particular red that is 1 pint of flame and 1 pint of rust, freckles scattered across her nose like she was made of stardust and someone had sneezed at the end of the process. She was smiling. She was smiling at him. The fond, drowsy, horrendously sincere smile of a person who has spent the last hour rocking a fussy infant to sleep in a kitchen that smells like tea and rosemary. Her mouth moved. "You are a terrible little person," she said, lovingly, in an English accent. Wade made a sound. The sound was not, technically, a word. It was a soft, gurgling, indignant oop. This was going to take a minute. He was going to have to walk through this slowly, partly because his head seemed to weigh 40 pounds, and partly because he had the distinct and horrible sensation that his feet were the size of a pair of dinner rolls. Point 1, he had been on fire. Point 2, he was no longer on fire. Point 3, there was a ceiling. Point 4, there was a lovely red-haired woman smiling at him as if he were the second coming. Point 5, the room smelled like kitchen and cat and dust. Point 6, and this was the one that tipped the whole thing over the conceptual railing and into a freshly mopped pit of existential bad time, he couldn't move his arms. He couldn't move his arms because his arms were approximately 7 inches long, and so were his legs, and he was currently being held against a shoulder that belonged to someone he had never met, being rocked gently in a kitchen that smelled like cloves, with a mouth that could not, for the life of it, form consonants. "Oh," said the narrator in his head, very cheerfully. "Oh no. Oh no 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 no." "Shoo," said the woman. Lily Potter, though he didn't know it yet. Lily Potter, with her impossible copper hair and her green eyes and her smile that belonged in a Red Cross poster. "There we are. Shoo, Mummy loves you." Mummy, thought Wade. Mummy. Because Wade attempted, heroically, to say the phrase "I am a grown man." What came out was, blue. He attempted "I am a grown man, technically deceased, and I need adult supervision, please." What came out was, bruh. Lily Potter laughed. It was a nice laugh. It was the kind of laugh a tired, happy mother makes when her baby talks baby at her. It cracked Wade's sternum in a way no bullet ever had. Hello, sweetheart, he thought, slowly, at whatever narrator was monitoring this nightmare. Hi. It's me. I'd like to return this product. I've clearly been sent the wrong body. I'm supposed to be in a 6'2" Canadian with the healing factor of a honey badger. This is a very small ham. With ham for hands. Send to, get me to manager, please. The narrator did not answer. The narrator, it turned out, was new. The narrator was younger, clearer, cheerier, as if someone had replaced Wade's normal droll basso monologue voice with a public radio employee on unionized breaks. It said, simply, "You are Harry James Potter. You are 15 months and 4 days old. Welcome to the wizarding world. Oh, and, haha, you should probably pay attention in about 12 minutes. Wade blinked, drowsily, as his mother kissed his forehead and began to descend a narrow stair. 12 minutes. His brain said, belatedly, to the narrator. The narrator did not answer. The narrator, apparently, had a quota. James, called Lily, from the bottom of the stair. James, love, he's down. Don't you dare go outside, the Fidelius's twitchy. A man's voice came back, warm, laughing, the exact register of a guy who has a secret handshake with everybody. Not a foot, Lils. I'm playing a very serious and very dignified game of exploding snap with myself, I'll have you know. My left hand is cheating. Of course it is. It's the one with the ring, it's used to getting away with things. Wade, draped over Lily's shoulder like a sleepy, outraged sack of potatoes, felt his stubby fingers curl involuntarily into a tiny fist. I have parents, he thought, and something inside him that had been hard and brittle and small for 30 years made a high, unforgivable noise and cracked into 6 pieces. They were going to die. He knew they were going to die, because the narrator in his head, ticking cheerfully along like a coin-op fortune teller, was pulling story beats out of a hat that Wade had never seen, and those beats had the awful, 8-point bold rhythm of prophecy. He was Harry Potter. He was Harry Potter. And in, about 11.5 minutes, probably, James Potter was going to open the door at the sound of something wrong, and Voldemort was going to be on the step. Oh, said a softer, truer, uglier voice in Wade's head. The one that survived the fire and the needles and the love of a woman named Vanessa and the loss of Same. Oh sweetie. Oh no. Lily was setting him down into a cot. Lily was tucking a knitted blanket around his absurd hams. Lily was brushing a wisp of jet black hair, his new hair, this was insane, he was red-headed on the inside and dark-haired on the outside, what kind of sick prank, off his forehead and kissing a place on his temple that made Wade's cursed Deadpool brain supply the word, the scar, like a bar stool slid across a pub. You, she said, lovingly, are going to do great things. Wade had, before the crib and the cloves and the headshot and the gas main, considered himself to be a man without nerves, because the nerves had long since been deep-fried out of him and replaced with scar tissue, morbid humor, and a complicated relationship with Ryan Reynolds. He discovered, with genuine embarrassment, that there were nerves remaining somewhere in this small, new, tender body. They felt everything. They felt the heat of her palm through the blanket. They felt the woof of her breath. They felt the stitch in her side where she had been carrying him too long. They felt it all. He tried very hard, with the half-formed neural architecture of a 15-month-old human, to communicate the following sentence to Lily Potter. Mom, listen. This is going to be insane, but stick with me. I need you to grab James, grab a broom, grab a dog, grab one knife, and run. There is a man in a mask coming to knock on your door, and he has the personality of an unwashed sock, and, trust me, I know what I'm talking about, even though I am sucking on my fist. Why am I sucking on my fist? Oh my God, that tastes like a sock. Who put a sock in my mouth? It came out as, bah. Bah indeed, said Lily, fondly. She switched off the lamp. She left the door open, just a crack. Wade, who had been a mercenary, a degenerate, a Ronin, a lover, a liar, a lunatic, a man with a monthly subscription to Nation Building Quarterly and a therapist who charged in war crimes, lay in his cot and discovered that he was crying. He could not stop. He had no idea how to stop. His body was not his body. His stupid little chest was hitching in the absurd, panting way of a baby, and his stupid little face was wet, and his stupid little hands were clawing weakly at the air like a dying beetle, and he was crying, without melodrama, without humor, without an audience, for a woman he had never met and a man he had never met and a cat he had never met. The narrator said, softly, like an obituary, 6 minutes. Wade, through a hiccup, thought, you little bastard. And then he reached, clumsy and frantic and stupid, for the only thing he had left, the old shape of himself, the Deadpool of it, the don't you dare give up you stupid bleeding dumpster fire of it, and he began to improvise. Okay, he thought. Okay. Item 1, move. His body did not move. Item 1, revised, think. His brain attempted to think. His brain had been stripped down to the soft, sloshy, peach-flavored consistency of a 15-month-old. Most of the thinking was the kind of furious, tactile non-thought a baby uses to figure out whether a fork can fit in a light socket. Underneath that, however, deeper than muscle memory, older than breath, Deadpool was still there. The bone of him. The bone that had outlasted the cancer, outlasted Weapon X, outlasted love and loss and 4 dozen cracked skulls and a slow, tired faith in Ryan Reynolds's abs, that bone was intact. Okay, said the bone. Okay, you useless potato. We have a mission. Mission, do not let the lovely red-headed woman die. Do not let the shaggy laughing voice die. Do not, under any circumstances, let the evil pale sock of a man enter the building. Secondary, figure out how much of your old kid is here. Wade, lying in a wizarding cradle that was being rocked by a charm his brain slotted neatly under the word rockabye, concentrated. He flexed, mentally, in the place where his healing factor lived, the thick, weird, animal heat of it, the part of him that had always been a little bit more garden slug than man, and oh, you pretty thing. It answered. Not the way it answered when he was a foot-6 psycho with a katana. Not the volcanic, scream into your own severed arm of it. It was quieter. Curled up. Small, like his new body was small, but present. Warm. Patient. Watching its own tail with interest. Hi, buddy, he thought. The healing factor stretched, a cat in an unfamiliar windowsill, and purred. Okay. Okay. Check. Wade thought of another thing, his regeneration's older, weirder cousin. His resistance. The thing that laughed at telepaths. The thing that had, once, looked Charles Xavier in the professorial eye and hummed Baby Got Back for an hour on purpose. He felt, or thought he felt, a faint, pebbled little doorway at the back of his skull, closed. Right. That might come in handy in, he tried to count, and failed, about 2 minutes. He attempted, experimentally, to move his right arm in a manner that would have allowed him to reach for a katana that was not anywhere near him and had not existed for at least 30 seconds of subjective time. His fingers twitched. His fingers twitched like the fingers of a baby, which is to say, like sea anemones with a conscience. God, he thought. Okay. Plan B. There was no plan B. There was, however, a plan B and a half, and it was this: scream. Specifically, scream like the world was ending. Scream like a 15-month-old being audited by a demon. Scream the house down. If he could pull Lily upstairs, if he could get her between him and the door when the sock arrived, if he could get her to hug him tight at exactly the right angle, his new horrible suspicion was that something old and mean was going to stand between him and that curse, and he wanted to give it every inch of traction he could. He drew breath. He was pretty sure he could scream. He, canonically, had spent his first life screaming. Downstairs, a door opened. Wade did not scream. Wade, in a moment of cold, professional clarity that he would later describe to his therapist as, the one adult decision I have made in decades, held his breath. Because downstairs, quite distinctly, a voice he had never heard in this life said, in a gentle, reasonable, faintly amused tone, "Stand aside, girl. I do not want to kill you." Wade closed his eyes. His body was 15 months old. His brain was a guttering candle. The healing factor was, frankly, doing its best. Fine, he thought. You absolute goose of a universe. You want to do this? Let's do it. He reached, not with his hands, because his hands were laughable, but with the softer machinery, with the old resistances, with the thing that had made Francis look genuinely bored, and he curled it around himself like a cheap tarp. He heard James. He heard James bark, "Lily, it's him, take Harry, go." He heard a noise that was not a noise, a soft green vowel, a woman made of B-man starlight sound, and then a crash, and then, Lily came up the stairs 3 at a time. He saw her, in the slat of bedroom light, clear as if she were standing at the end of a corridor in a movie, white nightgown, red hair, eyes green, mouth set, and she was at the cot, and she was lifting him, and she was folding him against her heart, and she was whispering, "I love you, Harry. I love you. Not my boy. Not my boy. Mummy loves you. Be brave. Be brave. Mummy loves." Wade's tiny hand closed around a strand of her hair. He held it. He held it so tight his fingernails left half-moons on his own palm. Listen to me, he thought, and he could not make his mouth say it, but he thought it so hard his entire skull rang with it, and he hoped, like a prayer to something he had never really bothered with, that she could feel it. "I have seen the end of this story. You are better than you ever knew. Do not bargain. Do not move. Stay between me and him. Do you hear me, Mom, do you hear me?" And he pushed, without knowing how, that curled-up old resistance, that tarp, that spite, that gristle of him, out of himself, around Lily, into her as well, around both of them, a sphere, a muscular bubble, as thick and stubborn as the healing factor that had outlived Francis, and Voldemort came through the door. Wade, who had spent the better part of 3 decades cultivating a fine appreciation for very ugly men, had to admit, this one had a silhouette. Black robe. Tall. Pale. Thin. 2 red embers for eyes. A nose that had been negotiated away in the divorce, apparently, and a voice that sounded like someone had taken the draft of a villain's speech and forgotten to add jokes. "Stand aside, silly girl," it said. "Stand aside, now. Not Harry, please not Harry, stand aside. Stand aside, girl." Lily did not stand aside. Lily did the thing Wade had hoped she would. She braced, she curled, she was every mother who had ever been asked to choose between her love and her kneecaps and had, without hesitation, given up the kneecaps, and Voldemort raised his wand. Wade braced. The narrator said, pleasantly, and a little nervously, 3, 2, the killing curse left Voldemort's wand. It was green. It was the exact sickly green of an old exit sign in a hospital at 3 a.m., and Wade's stupid baby brain had just enough experience of hospitals and exit signs to hate it on sight. It hit Lily in the back. Lily sagged, oh God, he had not been able to do anything, oh God, and, as she fell forward, because she was still clutching him. She fell onto him. And whatever she had done, that old magic, the magic of the thing Wade had read about, dimly, in the narrator's prophecy rhythm chatter upstairs, it didn't stop her from dying. That, it turned out, was not what Mother's love was for. What Mother's love was for was the shield. Her death, in the instant of its happening, wrapped Wade in something that was not her body and not his body. It was a soft, ferocious no. It was a kitchen towel. It was 1,000 lullabies. It was rooted in the deepest structure of the universe, and it said, in a voice that did not need sound, you do not get to take him. And around that shield, wrapped tighter, dumber, stubborner, like a too small sweater over an expensive jacket, was Wade's resistance. His old, Deadpool resistance. The thing that had bounced telepaths. The thing that had been, once, the only weapon he had left. Voldemort raised his wand a second time. Avada Kedavra. The green curse left him. It hit the bundle on the nursery floor, a dead woman and a small, furious, alive thing, and it did not go through the shield, and it did not go through the resistance, and it did not go through the stubborn, ugly bone of Wade Wilson's refusal to be a useful plot device. It went back. It went back with interest. It hit Voldemort, and it hit his wand, and it hit the place in his chest where, several years before, he had made 7 terrible withdrawals, and it hit something Wade's baby brain could feel ripping, like a piece of wet paper. The body went one way, the scream went another, a long black vapor came loose from the shoulders and collapsed against the ceiling like greasy smoke, and, on its way out, confused and starving and stupid, it tried to find a door. It found one. It found a small, black-haired, green-eyed door right there on the floor, screaming. Oh, thought Wade, who was the door? Oh, you little scumbag, you do not, he slapped. Not with hands. With the resistance. With the tarp. With the thing that made telepaths bounce. He slapped it away from him like a man swatting a mosquito in a sauna, and the greasy little remnant of Lord Voldemort, this flaky, smoke-drunk, half-vaporous scrap of dark wizard, spun off sideways through the wall, slid down the eaves of Godric's Hollow, shot up above the smoldering cottage like a winded bat, and vanished into the night, dragging curses behind it like toilet paper on a shoe. Some of it, however, a scalding little fleck, stuck. It stuck where a scar, Wade thought, dimly, was supposed to be. It stuck right on his forehead, and it burned, and he howled, because his skin was baby skin, and his face was baby face, and fire was fire, and also, he felt the thing sink in. Felt it rustle. Felt it curl up, like a fat, flaky, ticking little tick. Oh hell no, he thought. And then he did something that he would not be able to do, he suspected, when he was a little older and a little less feral. He got the healing factor. He got it by the scruff. He said, in whatever baby version of language it understood, listen to me, you overfed garden slug. I am not, I repeat not, going to share a skull with that thing for 7 years just because some British wizarding tragedy thinks it will make for a good read. Go in there. Go in there, curl up around it, and do not let it talk. Do not let it think. Do not let it whisper at me about snakes and pain. You keep it as a pet. You keep it as a pet until I am big enough to pull it out like a bad tooth. The healing factor purred. Then it went in. The scar on Wade's forehead, on Harry Potter's forehead, on his forehead, stopped burning. It went cold. It went, specifically, the cold of a refrigerator door. Something on the inside of it shrieked, in a very small way, the way a rat shrieks when the cat walks in, and then it shut up. Wade, breathing through his teeth, and he had 2 teeth, both of them baby teeth, both of them coming in, both of them killing him, thought, with the first full adult thought of his second life, okay. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, we did it. Then he rolled his head against his dead mother's shoulder, and he cried until someone came to find him. Someone came to find him. A giant came to find him. A cheerful, sobbing, swaying giant with beetle-black eyes and a beard that looked like it had seasonal weather and a coat that contained, Wade could swear, at least 1 live chicken. There ya are, said the giant, voice wet, wonder wet, delighted. There ya are, little one. Ah. Ah, bless ya. Bless ya. Wade, through a curtain of absurd, all-purpose baby snot, opened one green eye. Hagrid, supplied the new narrator in his head, helpfully. Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds of Hogwarts, currently off duty, currently here to fetch you on Dumbledore's orders, currently weeping. Wade, who had, historically, never met a weeping hairy man he did not like, made a small, damp, not entirely a demand noise. Hagrid scooped him up. Hagrid scooped him up the way a man scoops up a very expensive and very fragile cake, which Wade had to admit was a pretty flattering scoop. "Sure now," said Hagrid, stroking his cheek with a thumb the size of a zucchini. "Sure now, little fella. All right. Ye'll be safe. Dumbledore's sendin', yeah, somewhere safe. Ye'll be loved, I swear on all me hair. Ye'll be loved, ye hear me?" Wade, who had, canonically, been loved exactly 3 times in his life, snorted. Hagrid took this for a hiccup and patted his back. Wade, blinking against the lantern light, discovered himself on a flying motorcycle, discovered Sirius Black briefly, discovered a night sky he had never seen from this hemisphere, discovered Albus Dumbledore, oh Jesus, thought Wade, Gandalf's nicer uncle, and then, at some point before dawn, on a quiet street of identical houses, on a neat little step, he was laid in a basket with a letter tucked beside him. He looked up. Petunia Dursley was opening the door. He looked her directly in the eye. Petunia Dursley, who had woken at 4 o'clock to put out the milk bottles, looked at the small dark-haired baby on her front step with the exact expression of a woman being audited by the tax office of the universe. "Oh," she said. Wade, 15 months old, formerly 30-something and counting backwards, in excellent health for a cadaver, smiled up at his new aunt with all 7 of his visible baby teeth. "I am," he thought at her, very sweetly, "going to break your house." Privet Drive held Wade for roughly 4,000 days. He would describe it, later, to a sorting hat, as a sensory deprivation tank with slightly worse cooking. He would describe it, under duress, to a therapist with a mustache, as the longest practical joke I have ever workshopped. He would describe it, honestly, to his reflection in the mirror in the downstairs loo, as a long time. He did what he could, you have to understand. He was a dead man reincarnated into a baby and then a toddler and then a child in a cupboard, a child with a healing factor and a parasite and a narrator and a memory of 2 dead women who were not, technically, his to remember, and he could not put any of that on the Dursleys, not yet, not all at once, not if he wanted to survive being 6. So he did what Wade Wilson did. He committed bits. He cried, as a baby, at exactly the worst possible times, in exactly the worst possible keys. Petunia once dropped a vol-au-vent in a saucepan and sat on the kitchen floor for 15 minutes with her hands in her hair. He walked, at 11 months, in this life, directly into a wall, stood up, walked into it again, looked Vernon in the eye, and then did it a 3rd time. Vernon's left eyebrow began, at this moment, to experience the quiet twitch it would carry, at varying degrees of intensity, for the rest of the Dursley-Potter relationship. He watched Dudley. Dudley was, Wade had to admit, a masterpiece. A pure, unadulterated, unscripted little cretin. Dudley sucked his thumb until he was 4. Dudley screamed at a lamp for 6 hours because it had gone off. Dudley bit a priest. Dudley, at 5, asked his father to buy him a small tank. Wade, who had spent the better part of his first life in adult male company and still had mercenary camp stories he could not tell on a podcast, watched Dudley with the soft, fond regard of a vacationing entomologist observing an ant that has mistaken a picnic for its home. Dudley was, and he would keep being, a useful foil. He did not try to run. He had thought about running. Running was the Wade Wilson answer. Running, ideally, with a grenade launcher and a stripper friend you owed money to and, optionally, a comedically large pizza. But Wade in a toddler body ran at approximately the speed of a wet napkin and had no grenade launcher and was not even in possession of his own bladder most of the time, so running was off the table. He played the long game. He ate what they gave him, occasionally, and when they did not, he healed off it. His body was small and his body was baby and his body was skinny, but underneath the small and the baby and the skinny there was a 400-degree furnace of regeneration that ran hot and patient and polite. His bones calcified beautifully. His teeth came in, went out, came in again, all on schedule. He could feel, when he ran a mental fingertip over it, a thick, glossy ribbon of scar tissue running down the inside of his body, armor, as it were, laid in quietly against the future, and another, thinner, weirder ribbon wound tight and watchful around the thing inside the scar on his head, like a friendly dog curled on an unfriendly egg. The thing in the scar tried to whisper at him, twice, in the first year. Wade shoved it with his mind, less a conversation, more a man kicking a drawer shut, and the healing factor growled, a deep earthy growl, and tightened its little tail around the thing, and it did not try to whisper at him again for 6 years. When it finally did, later, on the train to Hogwarts, of all places, Wade would say the phrase, "Not now, Steve," out loud, and call it that forever. He read. That was what saved him, really. That was the Dursley house's single moral failing, a failing that Petunia and Vernon had identified in themselves as a virtue. They had purchased, specifically to humiliate a younger, more ambitious Vernon, an Encyclopaedia Britannica. They had shelved it. They had never once read it. They had locked the doors of the cupboard under the stairs with a key that could be lifted with a spoon and a minute of focused attention, and Wade, small-fingered and awake, had lifted it. He spent, sporadically, secretly, stubbornly, the entirety of his childhood doing his Hermione impression in the dark. He learned, in no particular order, the basics of the English common law, 17 kinds of trees, how gunpowder is made, how gunpowder is not to be made on purpose in a cupboard, the names of 6 kings of Norway, elementary set theory, the history of the Franco-Prussian War, and why Dudley's name was technically a diminutive. He learned the difference between the Labour Party and the Conservative Party, and he learned the exact number of bones in a human ear. He learned French from a phrasebook and Latin from another phrasebook and what he called witchcraft through context clues, from the funny, hot, living core of his own Harry Potter body. Because, and this was the fun bit, his new body was, in point of fact, magical. He discovered this first when he was 2 years and 4 months old, when Petunia, in a fit of pique, told him to stay under the bed. He did not want to stay under the bed. The bed, therefore, failed to be a bed. The bed became, briefly, a kind of soft, fibrous cloud, around which he stood up, like a man pushing through a curtain. Petunia screamed. Vernon came home. Vernon, because he was a man of deep feeling and deeper denial, blamed the curtains. The bed was, Wade noticed, a bed again by bedtime. He discovered the knack of it fast after that. He pushed. He wished. He narrowed his eyes and he wished very hard, and the world, when he was lucky, obliged him. He kept the trick small. Small, small, small. He did not want to be noticed. He did not want to end up on any lists. He wanted exactly one thing, for the moment, and that was to survive the cupboard until somebody from this dumb country's dumb magical government came and pried him out with a legal document. He worked, too, on his body. He was, at 5, the skinniest child on Privet Drive, not because Petunia particularly wanted him to be skinny, though she did, but because his metabolism ran on one of the great private engines of the modern wizarding world and required a great deal of calories to operate. He ate, whenever he could, without comment. He stole, when he had to, without guilt. He built, in the dark, in the cupboard under the stairs, a simple, small, patient routine of push-ups against the floor, sit-ups between the steps, pull-ups on the banister when the house was empty. He treated it as maintenance. He did not, because the Petunia pressure of the Dursley household was a household of maximum resentment for any sign of aptitude in its disgraced ward, get particularly good at anything. He got, specifically, adequate. He got, specifically, what he needed to survive a troll. He slept. He slept in the cupboard. He slept, because he had been a 100-hour-a-week merc in his last life, extremely well. He dreamed, the first 3 years, about the fire in Atlantic City. He dreamed, the next 3 years, about a woman named Vanessa. He dreamed, the last 2 years, more and more often, about a red-haired woman he had only met for 6 minutes, and a shaggy laughing man he had never really met at all. He dreamed of a kitchen with cloves in it, and a blanket that smelled like his mother's hair, and a shield, and he would wake up, sometimes, in the cupboard, with the roof of it an inch from his nose, and he would be crying, silently, About two women he had somehow been given the luxury of loving across two lives, and he would, without making a sound, turn his face to the wall and recite, until he was steady, the Hogwarts house list, then the periodic table, then every Met starting lineup he could remember from 1986. Eventually, he would sleep again. He did, however, prank. It was, he felt, his solemn duty. He made Petunia's bread fail to rise, 3 times, over 3 months, and then, on the 4th time, rise 14 inches above the tin and crawl out of the oven. He watched her look at it, lips parted, eyes flat, for a full minute, before she threw it out and never baked again. He made Vernon's mustache itch. He made Dudley's toy tank, which was technically an army set, fire its one functional plastic pellet into Vernon's left nostril, which caused an accident in the corridor and a medical bill that Petunia had to talk Vernon down from over a cup of gin. He made, once, a single, perfectly folded love letter, signed Marge, appear on Petunia's pillow on a Saturday morning when Marge was staying in the guest room. It read, in exquisite copperplate, "Darling, I have loved you in secret all these years. Meet me in the garden at moonrise." Vernon read it, by accident, across the bed. The 3 minutes that followed are outside the scope of this chapter. Wade lay in the cupboard that night, chest heaving with stifled laughter, fists pressed against his mouth, and promised himself, "You're going to make it. You're going to make it, you little bastard. You're going to make it because you are incapable of being sincerely miserable for more than 6 minutes." The owls started arriving when he was a month shy of 11. He knew, of course, that they would. The narrator had been softly counting down for the last 6 years, the way certain clocks tick louder at midnight. He had, in his own head, a folder named July, and the folder had, on its front page, the words Operation, "Get your skinny little self out of this house" in the Comic Sans of Wade's mental desktop. The first letter came on a Tuesday. Petunia screamed, in what Wade considered a pretty flattering scream, and Vernon turned the color of a radish. Dudley cried, because he had been informed, for the first time in his life, of the existence of the outside world's opinion of him. The letter, green ink, purple seal, said that Harry Potter, of the cupboard under the stairs, number 4, Privet Drive, was hereby accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Wade picked the letter up with his small hands, and he looked at his aunt over the edge of it, and he smiled with every available tooth. "It says cupboard," he said, in a voice so sweet it shaved the enamel off Vernon's molars, "under the stairs. They know, Auntie. They know exactly where I sleep. I wonder, what does that tell them about you?" Petunia, for a moment, was not a human being. She was a thin, taut, quivering piano string vibrating at a frequency Wade could feel in the soles of his feet. Vernon stepped forward. Vernon had, historically, liked to stand tall at moments like this. Wade, 11 years old and not yet 5 feet, tilted his chin up. "I don't think you're going to hit me, Uncle Vernon," he said, thoughtfully. "But if you do, I promise you this. I will make sure, on the day I go to that school, that I tell them, exactly, in detail, why I think it took 11 years for me to get a letter, and I will use little words, so that the very large men with the very large beards who I will be telling understand what I am saying. And then," he smiled, "I'm going to come home for the summer. Won't that be nice?" Vernon did not hit him. Vernon went, in fact, on a short but enthusiastic campaign of denial, which lasted until approximately 60 owls had been posted through the letterbox by Thursday afternoon and the letterbox had been nailed shut. It was a lovely campaign. It involved, at its climax, a remote island, a hurricane, and a cake. When the door to the shack fell off and a giant stood in the door frame, damp and enormous and full of cake, Wade Wilson, who was, in all the ways that mattered now, Harry James Potter, sat up on the floor next to the fireplace, adjusted the pair of horrible round glasses he had stolen from Dudley's attempt at a look, and said, with the polite, full-beamed smile of a man who has been waiting 11 years for room service, "Hagrid. Hi. Sit down. I'll put on a kettle, if I can find one that isn't, haunted." Hagrid blinked. Yeah, remember me, said Hagrid, in a voice that was 1 part childhood wonder and 3 parts pure, sopping emotion. I remember everything, said Wade, sweetly. The narrator in his head, ticking along like a cheerful coin-op, said, oh, buddy, you really don't. Wade, in his head, raised 1 polite finger. Not now, narrator. We have company. And he stood up, and he shook Hagrid's hand, and he thought, underneath the surface of all of it, Operation Get Out of Here, Phase 1, complete. Now let's go see if this world can keep up. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Letter, the Giant, and the Galleons. The kettle, as it turned out, was not haunted. It was, however, in a mood, a chipped spout, sad little 2-note hum kind of mood, the hum of a kettle that had seen the divorce coming. Oh, don't mind, said Hagrid, tenderly, from the only functional chair in the shack. That's Mr. Fry's kettle. Mr. Fry passed last winter. Kettle's been pinnin'. Wade, who had in his previous life been propositioned by inanimate objects on occasions that would not survive a background check, patted the lid gently. Okay, Kettle. We'll get through this together. Where's your tea, Hagrid? Inside pocket, said Hagrid, mildly astonished at the whole exchange, and then astonished more deeply when Wade, without blinking, pulled out of the inside pocket of Hagrid's coat, in order, a sugar bowl, empty, a tin of loose tea, a wooden spoon, a framed photograph of a badger, 3 crumpled love letters in Russian, half a cherry cake, a small monstrous thing that was either an owl pellet or a snack, and a perfectly fresh hedgehog asleep in a handkerchief. Wade put the hedgehog on the mantel. He considered the cherry cake, the Russian love letters, and his own survival instincts, and he made tea. The tea was, to be generous, which Wade enjoyed being, specifically to strangers, horrifying. The tea, he thought, had once known violence. But Hagrid drank it in huge steaming gulps and looked at Wade over the rim of his mug with an expression that was, somehow, already slightly protective, slightly odd, and entirely ready to die for him, so Wade drank his own tea with perfect good manners and refrained from suggesting, as he wanted, that they consider sending the kettle to therapy. Harry, said Hagrid, setting the mug down. There's a lot ter tell ya. Some of it's goin' ter be hard ter hear, ya know, for a lad as young as ya are. Are ya alright? Are ya, breathin' normal? Wade was breathing normally. Wade was breathing, specifically, the way a man breathes when he is in a moldy shack in a hurricane with a wet giant and a grieving kettle and a sleeping hedgehog. Hagrid, he said, I am all right. I am all the way all right. I have been sitting in a cupboard for about 11 years, waiting for somebody, anybody, to come bust me out, and the best candidate the universe finally sent me was a gigantic Santa with a cake. I could not be happier. Hit me. Hit ya, said Hagrid, alarmed. With the information. The exposition. The wizard stuff. Vernon, across the shack, made a kind of wet, strangled sound. Wade turned, very slowly, and looked at his uncle. Vernon was crouched in the corner with Dudley in his arms, Petunia on his shoulder, a rifle between his knees, and the particular glazed, staring, no one prepared me for this in the RAC membership handbook, expression of a man who had woken up that morning believing himself to be the monarch of his own tiny, awful kingdom and was now discovering that the monarch of his tiny awful kingdom was, specifically, the smallest guest in the room. Vernon saw Wade looking. Vernon said, in a voice made of rusted barbed wire, yeah, we'll not use that word under this roof. What word? Said Wade, blandly. That, you know what word. Wizard, said Wade. Wizard. Wizards. Wizard. Wizard. Vernon, on the floor, at 2 a.m, on a flooded rock, with a rifle, made a whistling noise. Hagrid, who had been looking at Vernon with a mounting, thoughtful distaste, stood up. Right, said Hagrid. Right. Yeah, the father. You. The weasel over there. Now listen, said Vernon. I'd rather not, said Hagrid, reasonably. D'ye know what I'd rather do? I'd rather turn your kid into a pig. Dudley made a small, squelching noise. Now, said Hagrid. He took out a pink umbrella, and Wade, who had read a certain number of dime novels, recognized concealed weapon when he saw one. Now. I could do it, ye understand. I could. I'm not, technically, permitted, mind. But, we're here in an hurricane. And a storm is a noisy thing. And Harry here is a kind lad. And he wouldn't tell on me, would ye, Harry? I absolutely would not, said Wade, cheerfully. I hate pigs. Pigs are enormous snitches, Hagrid, they cannot keep a secret. If you made Dudley a pig, and Dudley told on you, I would personally tell the Ministry of Magic. It is the Ministry of Magic, right? I just want to make sure I have the lingo, tell them that the pig had been coached by my uncle, who is a goose. Goose, said Vernon, weakly. Goose, said Wade. Geese are the most obnoxious animal on earth, and you remind me of one. Bear with me, uncle, it's a compliment. You honk. You strut. You are deeply suspicious of strangers. You have inflicted a genuine, disproportionate number of injuries on children in your neighborhood. You are a goose. Hagrid stared at Wade with the open admiration of a man hearing a song he had not known he wanted. Vernon said, you, I, we, anyway, said Wade, dismissing him. Hagrid. Please. Continue. What is the wizard stuff? Hagrid took the opportunity. Hagrid told him. There were owls. There were wands. There was something called Gringotts, which sounded like a very well-organized party from the 1970s. There was, because Wade had been waiting for it and was astonished it had taken this long, a man named Voldemort, whom Hagrid could not say at full volume, and whom Hagrid told him with great sorrow had killed Wade's parents, Lily and James Potter, in the small cottage at Godric's Hollow one Halloween night when Wade was very small. Wade listened with what he felt was a praiseworthy composure. He had, after all, rehearsed. He had rehearsed, in the cupboard under the stairs, at 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 and 10, the exact angle of a brave, sad, polite face. He had rehearsed the reflexive twitch of a tiny hand going to the scar on his forehead, because that, surely, was what narratives required. He had rehearsed the beat of silence after the word, mother. He had rehearsed the small quiet, oh, at the word, father. He had rehearsed all of it. He had it down cold. He was, in fact, he discovered, with the faintly surprised sadness of a very good actor who has forgotten the tears he had planned and found real ones instead, weeping. Not much. Just a bit. Just a single long hot tear down the right cheek, because he was 11, and he was sitting in a shack, and there was a man in the room talking to him about the night his mother had thrown herself across his body to save him from a monster. And the weird bit, the horrifying bit, the wonderful bit, was that Wade had been there. Wade remembered the smell of the blanket and the feel of her hair and the exact, dying warmth of her arm. And the universe in its infinite sense of humor had made sure that it was not James and Lily Potter's child who remembered this and cried, no, it was a 30-something ex-merc from New York with a face like an autopsy chart, and he was blubbering about a woman he had known for 6 minutes, and the worst part, the very worst part, was that he had loved her. It had taken her 6 minutes to smile at him, and he had loved her. Sorry, lad, said Hagrid, thickly. Sorry. I'm sorry. Ah, Harry. Ah. It's okay, said Wade. Hagrid made a sound in his chest like a dying pipe organ. It's okay, said Wade, more softly. I didn't know them. I was small. I'm okay. Tell me what happens next. Tell me about Hogwarts. Tell me everything. Please. Hagrid sniffed. Hagrid, beaming through tears, told him about Hogwarts. He told him about the castle, and the lake, and the forest, and the owls, and the staircases that moved, and the feasts, and the ghosts, and the portraits, and the 4 houses. He told him about Professor Dumbledore, whom Hagrid clearly considered a sort of wizarding Abraham Lincoln, and about Professor McGonagall, who Wade got the distinct impression was the real hero, and about Professor Snape, whom Hagrid described, with carefully chosen words, as an interestin' sort o' man, in a tone that strongly suggested Professor Snape ate babies for breakfast. And, when the rain had slackened a bit and the sky had gone the color of wet slate, Hagrid produced, out of the bottomless pocket of his coat, one thing Wade had not seen before, a single, thick, heavy, fairly well-thumbed scrap of parchment, and he cleared his throat. "This air," he said, with the gravity of a man reading a will, "is from Professor Dumbledore. It's a list of what ye'll need for school. Books and robes and a wand. Ye can get it all in Diagon Alley. I'm talking ye in the mornin'. He held it out. Wade took it. Dudley, across the shack, eyed the parchment with the wet, resentful focus of a man who has just discovered the universe did not build him first. Wade, in the firelight, in the wet, in the 11th year of his second life, read out loud, 1 wand. 1 cauldron. 1 set of dress robes. 1 glass or crystal phial. 1 telescope. 1, I'm sorry, is this a serious institution? I have questions about this institution. Hagrid. Hagrid, they're going to let me, an 11-year-old with a history of arson, have an open flame cauldron. It's safety charmed, said Hagrid, reassuringly. Do they have a liability department? Not as such. Will I be learning, Wade looked down the list, anything resembling calculus? I wouldn't rule it out. I have, and Wade looked up, so many thoughts about this syllabus. I figured ye would, said Hagrid, beaming like the sun had just come out in a cave. Hagrid, said Wade, rolling up the parchment with the focused, delighted, slightly dangerous calm of a man who had been sitting on his ambition for a decade, let's go shopping. They took a boat, and a train, and the London Underground, and Wade, who had not, in this body, ever been outside of roughly 12 streets of Little Whinging, Surrey, watched London run past the smudged window of the train with the exact expression of a man returning to a job he had been fired from and discovering that he missed it. London in 1991 was wetter than he remembered, weirder, with more brown hats than he had been led to expect. But the bones were there, river, stone, birds, arguments on every corner. He liked this country. He particularly liked the part of it Hagrid, at 10:30, casually led him into. The Leaky Cauldron was a narrow little pub wedged between a record shop and a bookshop on Charing Cross Road, and Wade had, as he had half expected, trouble seeing it at first. His eye slid right off the front door, like he had meant to look at something beside it. Hagrid had had to put a hand on his shoulder and, gently, steer. Then he was inside. And he was, interesting. The pub was dim and smoky in the old pub way, low beams, a fire, 5,000 pieces of mismatched brass and glass, and the scent of someone baking a pie with parts of a chicken that was still protesting. There were men in robes. There were women in robes. There was a very short, bald, delicately smiling bartender with teeth like a ferret. There was, at a table in the corner, what Wade strongly suspected was either a ghost or the 1980s concept of a ghost, holding a cigarette. And the moment Hagrid took 3 steps into the room, the entire pub looked up at him and went perfectly, breathlessly silent. The bartender, Tom, Wade would learn later, a good man and a very bad singer, dropped his glass. A woman in a peacock-feathered hat put her hand to her throat. A warlock with bad teeth, who had been in the middle of lecturing his own wand, closed his mouth. Wade, beside Hagrid's elbow, experienced, with a little thrill of anthropological delight, the dawn of celebrity. He knew that look. He had seen that look. He had, in his old life, never personally been the recipient of it, because he had been the recipient of looks like, "Why is your face?" and, "Oh God, the smell," but he had seen it directed at better-looking, more photogenic peers. The Avengers got that look. Certain quarterbacks got that look. Taylor Swift got that look. He waved. A tiny, mild, sheepish wave. The wave of a boy who had been told that, somewhere out in the world, people remembered him, but who thought, and would thoroughly exploit the assumption that he thought, that they were maybe remembering somebody else. The pub exploded. Not literally. It was close, however. A dozen witches and wizards surged toward him like he was a food truck at a conference. Tom was shaking his hand. A woman with an improbably tall hat and no teeth was weeping into his collar and kissing the top of his head. A man with a wooden leg was slapping Hagrid on the shoulder. A short, thin, rumpled, pale, exceedingly nervous man with a purple turban and a stutter was saying, at him and at no one, Mr. P. Potter, what a P. pleasure, what a, Wade, shaking the man's hand politely, stopped. The healing factor, curled up around the thing in his forehead, went very still. The thing in his forehead, which had not whispered to him in 6 years, made, inside his skull, in the weirdest, softest, most unmistakable voice, the sound of a man waking up after a long, exhausted sleep, smelling breakfast. "Oh," it said. "Oh, oh, oh, oh." Wade blinked. He closed his grip on the nervous man's damp hand. He smiled, wide and delighted and charming, the smile of an 11-year-old who could not possibly be aware of what was crouched in his skin, and said, very politely, "It is so nice to meet you, Professor." "Q Quirrell," said the nervous man. "P Professor Quirrell. I'll be teaching you defense against the dark arts." "Well," said Wade, "that's fantastic." "Oh," went the thing in his forehead, dumbly, drunkenly. "He smells like me. Oh. Oh. Little one. Little one. You did not tell me. You did not tell me I was missing. You, shut up," thought Wade, with the particular authority of a man who had been practicing the verb for 6 years. It was louder than he meant. A whole lot louder. It rang in the attic of his skull like a bat in a hubcap. And the professor with the turban, Professor Quirrell, defense against the dark arts, oh yes, Wade thought, I am so sure, blinked, as if a light had gone on and off somewhere behind his eyes, and Wade watched it happen, one twitch of the iris to another, and saw, just for an eighth of a second, that the pupils of Professor Quirrell's eyes were vertical. Like a lizard. Or a snake. Wade kept smiling. He did not let go of the professor's hand. He pumped it 2, 3 times, with the correct amount of hero worship, and he said, out loud, at Quirrell, sincerely and a little nervously, as if he had been rehearsing it, I really hope I get to learn how to defend myself, Professor. I've heard there are dark wizards out there. It's scary. Behind his eyes, quietly, like a man laying a tripwire, he pushed all of his old resistance, the thing that had bounced telepaths, forward. He let it ring, just once, like a tuning fork. Not at Quirrell. At the thing under Quirrell's turban. At the thing curled in the back of his head. He said, behind his teeth, at both of them, in the full, clear, unbothered voice of his old self, I see you. You saw me. We know each other. We are not friends. Get used to it. The thing in the scar recoiled. The thing under Quirrell's turban recoiled so hard that Quirrell staggered 1 step sideways and hit a chair. Oh, sorry, so sorry, said Quirrell, flustered. A weakness of mine, a touch of the vapors, Hagrid, noticing none of this and all of it at once, Hagrid had a fine eye, put a wonderful, friendly, giant-sized hand on Quirrell's shoulder and said, best yes sit down a minute, Professor. Ye've been avin these spells all summer, I hear. Come on, Harry. Let's get ya on. They got him on. The alley opened like a secret. Hagrid tapped the bricks in the courtyard behind the pub with the point of his pink umbrella, and the wall, Wade had to admire this, it was genuinely beautifully done, folded itself open like a pop-up book. Wade stepped through. Diagon Alley was, he would say, later, under oath, an Amazon warehouse that had been thrown up into the air, had 5 centuries poured over it, and had landed in the shape of a reasonable shopping street. He loved it immediately. Witches in long coats were haggling over cauldrons. Wizards in tall hats were arguing about the price of a pair of dragon-hide gloves. A small owl, in the front window of an owl shop, was giving every passerby an offended look. Down the street, there was a man selling something in a jar that was visibly eating the jar. "Gringotts first," said Hagrid. "You're gonna need money." "Gringotts," said Wade. "Is that the bank?" "It's the bank. And it is run by goblins." "Of course it is. You got a problem, white goblins?" "No problem at all," said Wade. "I love goblins. I actually owe a goblin named Herman $600 and a very sincere apology, but that's a different franchise. Yeah, say the strangest things. Keeps the skin elastic." The bank was a tall, crooked, icing white building at the top of the street that looked, to Wade, like a cake someone had dropped. Wade loved it. Inside, the marble floor was the color of expensive bone. The ceilings were so high that Hagrid was, for once, not the tallest object in the room. There were goblins behind long counters, weighing coins on little tilted scales, writing in long thin green ledgers, looking up at every human who walked in with the exquisite, ancient, bone-polite disdain of a maitre d' at a 3-star restaurant. Wade, who had historically gotten along with accountants, bowed. He bowed from the waist. A small, formal, old-fashioned bow. The kind he had learned in a book in Petunia's encyclopedia. He did not curtsy. He did not grovel. He bowed. 2 of the goblins nearest the door paused in their ledgers and looked at him. The older of the 2, a thin, tired-looking goblin with a long nose and older-than-fire eyes, looked at him for 3 entire seconds. Wade, his bow complete, straightened, and said, in a voice pitched for exactly that goblin, in the tone of a man who knew he had done the polite thing and was now going to cash the receipt, "Sir. I am Harry Potter. I understand I have a vault with you. This is my guardian, Hagrid, here, on behalf of Hogwarts. Could you please direct me to my account manager?" The goblin looked at him. The goblin's tiny black eyes did a very small thing that Wade, who had played a lot of poker in his previous life, identified as the goblin equivalent of a chuckle. "You," said the goblin, in a voice like a very old stone cutting a very old stone, "are not what we expected." "I have," said Wade, unshakable, "been getting that a lot." "Come," said the goblin. Hagrid, looking mildly surprised at having become accessory to the scene, trailed after. They were taken not to the cart rails down into the vaults, though Wade was, and remained, desperate to ride in one of those carts, but to a small, oak-lined office in the back of the bank. There was a carpet. There was a fire. There was a long, polished desk of a wood Wade could not name. Behind the desk, in a chair that looked a little like a throne and a lot like an office chair, sat a goblin whose nameplate, in gold letters, read Ragnarok. Ragnarok, Wade decided, on sight, was going to be his new best friend. "Mr. Potter," said Ragnarok, without rising. "Mr. Ragnarok," said Wade, bowing again. Ragnarok's tiny black eyes did the chuckle thing. "Sit," he said. Wade sat. Hagrid, who had clearly been prepared for Wade to withdraw some coins from a trust vault like a reasonable 11-year-old and then go buy robes, looked between Ragnarok and Wade with the mild confusion of a very large man who had walked into the wrong meeting. Wade, sympathetically, said, "Hagrid. You probably want to go to the cart room and get the, other thing Professor Dumbledore asked you to get. I'll be right here." Hagrid brightened. Hagrid had, in fact, been told to retrieve a thing from Vault 713. Hagrid beamed and said, "Right ya are, Harry. I'll be back in 10. He went. Ragnarok waited for the door to close. Ragnarok, the instant it clicked, leaned back, steepled his fingers, and said, with a deliberate and theatrical slowness, "Mr. Potter." The last time a child of 11 walked in through my door knowing the word goblin and bowing before I had spoken to him was in 1687. I am 132 years old. I have, in that time, seen exactly one other wizard bow into this office. He is dead. Tell me, Mr. Potter, where you learned your manners. Encyclopedia Britannica, said Wade. 1979. A footnote on page 412, volume 7, about medieval diplomatic customs in the court of King Edward I. I was bored. I thought it was useful. Ragnock smiled. Ragnock's teeth, Wade noticed with pleasure, were somewhat pointed. I will ask, said Ragnock, a different question. How old, Mr. Potter, do you consider your soul? The room, for a beat, was silent. Wade, who had been bracing for exactly this, and who had rehearsed the answer in the cupboard under the stairs for 6 entire years, said, with the easy, dreamy smile of a man who had already given up worse secrets for less, older than this body. Not by 132, but more than 11. And, to be clear, Mr. Ragnock, I am the only tenant. If you have an inheritance test or a sword or a small jinxed cup that lights up when there is more than one person in a skull, I am happy to pass it. Ragnock laughed. Ragnock laughed out loud. It was a dry laugh, a rare laugh, a laugh that had not come out of his chest in a long time, and Wade watched, fondly, as it took the goblin a second to remember how to close his mouth. Mr. Potter, said Ragnock, I think we are going to get along. Oh, I hope so. There is a thing in your head. Yes. You know about it. Yes. Is it speaking to you? No. Not for, about 6 years. Not until this morning. When it saw, I think, an acquaintance of its in the leaky cauldron, and it woke up, and I put it back in its box. I am, if it's relevant, going to need to have it removed soon, Mr. Ragnock, but I was hoping, while I was here, you could tell me, if you know, whether you have a mechanism for that sort of thing. Quietly. Without a lot of the Hogwarts Defense Association getting involved. You, said Ragnock, tilting his head like a very pleased crow, are speaking, Mr. Potter, of a Horcrux. That's the word, is it? That is the word. Thanks. I had been calling it Steve. Ragnock's mouth quirked. We have, he said, thoughtfully, a room for that. In the basement. Under the vaults. It is very old. It is not a pleasant room. The process is called a ritual of riddance. It requires your permission. It requires, what matters, that the object be alive enough to know what is happening to it, and that the host not want to keep it. It is, not to put too fine a point on it, Mr. Potter, painful. Not the part in your scar, though that will not enjoy it. The part in your chest. The part that holds on. It will feel like pulling out a tooth you have been chewing with for 11 years. Mr. Ragnock, said Wade, gently, I have had worse. I believe you. And we have, I assume, a price. Gringotts, said Ragnock, reasonably, is a business. What's the fee? 5,000 galleons. Wade did not move. He had, in the cupboard under the stairs, at some late point in his 8th year, stopped asking the narrator to tell him things unprompted and started asking, specifically, how much money he had. He did it exactly 3 times. Twice, the narrator refused. Once, very late, in a fit of generosity, it had given him a figure. The figure had involved a comma and a decimal point and a phrase that Wade had, privately, in the dark, repeated to himself as a bedtime mantra for 3 whole years. I have, said Wade, pleasantly, a Potter Trust vault and, I suspect, several other less publicly discussed accounts. Is that going to cover it? Ragnock looked at him for a long, considering moment. Oh, Mr. Potter, he said. That is going to cover 100 of it. And, since you asked, now that we are speaking, there is a family vault you have not yet been introduced to. I believe your guardian, the very large gentleman with the hedgehog, does not have keys to this one. But you do. You have had them for 11 years. They live on your face. He tapped the side of his own nose. Wade thought about it for half a second, and then he grinned so wide it nearly took the corners off his mouth. I bet they do, he said, softly. Let's talk. 10 minutes later, Hagrid returned. He returned, in fact, whistling, with a small bulging brown paper package tucked under one arm and the beaming, sun-browned smile of a man who had had a very satisfactory morning and was looking forward to a celebratory pint. He stopped, however, in the door of Ragnarok's office, because he found Wade cross-legged in the leather chair, Ragnarok and two other goblins standing respectfully beside him, a cup of black tea in Wade's hand. He was not sure where it had come from, goblin magic, maybe, or kettle solidarity, and in front of him, on the desk, a small but meaningful stack of papers, 2 rings, a single heavy iron key, and a leather satchel that looked, even closed, unreasonably full. Ah, Harry, said Hagrid, who was, at heart, an excellent man. Yeah, all right. Hagrid, said Wade, beaming, I have never been better. Ye've been, Hagrid gestured vaguely at the desk, gettin' your school money? I've been getting, said Wade, pleasantly, my school money and a modest allowance and a financial advisor and, also, a little procedure on the side that I'd like you not to mention to Dumbledore, if that's all right, because it's an embarrassing thing about a thing I have had since I was a baby and I'd rather handle it privately. Mr. Ragnarok is a very discreet man. Ah, said Hagrid, immediately. Ah, Harry. Of course. Of course. Nothin' to it. Not a word. A lad's privacy's a lad's privacy. Thank you, said Wade, with the genuine, direct, unadorned gratitude of a man who had been, against all odds, respected. He stood up. He shook Ragnarok's hand. The goblin's handshake, Wade noted, was an actual handshake, the old, 3-second, pressure-to-pressure, contract-signing kind. Mr. Ragnarok, said Wade. Mr. Potter, said Ragnarok. I'll see you in a week. Bring a change of clothes. And something to bite down on. Duly noted. He and Hagrid walked out into the alley. Wade, his newly fat satchel over his shoulder, squinted at the afternoon sun. Robes next, he said. Let's go. Madame Malkin's was warm and cluttered and smelled of pins. Madame Malkin herself was a wide, soft woman with the exact brisk, bored, grandmotherly demeanor of every tailor who has ever measured a child for a private school uniform. She put a stool under Wade's feet. She said, Stand still, love. Hogwarts, I take it. Yes, ma'am. Another Hogwarts fitting for me today, dear. Step up, good lad. Wade stepped up. On the stool beside him was already standing a boy. The boy was, Wade had to admit, an aesthetic. Pale. Pointed. Small-chinned. Hair the particular silvery blonde of an old expensive metal that had never once touched a human palm. The boy was wearing, over his pale and thin little shoulders, a half-pinned set of black robes, and he was looking at Wade with the slow, frank, assessing expression of a kitten that had decided to own the room. First year at Hogwarts? Said the boy, with a drawl that he had, Wade was sure, been practicing for at least 6 months. First year, said Wade, pleasantly. My father's buying my books. My mother is off looking at wands. I don't know why wands take so long. I'll go bully them into a racing broom next. I'm not allowed to have a racing broom yet, but I'll get one. Dreadful rule, really. Dreadful, said Wade. You've a funny accent. I've lived, said Wade, in several unusual places. Have you got a house preference, said the boy. I'll be in Slytherin, of course. All my family have. Of course. If I'd been sorted into, imagine, Hufflepuff. I'd leave. Oh, for sure, for sure. Do you know what's funny? The boy, on his little stool, leaned an inch closer, to deliver what was plainly a line he had been taught at a dinner party. There's a new boy starting this year. Harry Potter, you know. I heard he lives with muggles. He probably didn't even know he was a wizard. Can you imagine? Oh, said Wade, blandly, I bet he's a menace. The boy laughed. The boy laughed, in fact, in a loud, pleased, startled way that made his own mother look up from across the shop. Madame Malkin, kneeling behind Wade, said, That's you done, love. Off you pop. She stood up. She patted Wade's robe straight. She pinched his cheek. She said, fondly, Mr. Potter. The boy on the other stool went perfectly still. Wade smiled at him. He smiled down at him, specifically, with the slow warmth of a man who had been waiting for the punchline. He said, as he stepped off the stool, small, light, impossibly graceful, because his body, he was discovering, was going to be a magician's body, I'm going to leave you to the rest of your fitting. But I promise you, and I really mean this, when we meet at school, I'll be nice to you. I will. First impressions are so important, aren't they? He offered a hand. The boy stared at the hand like it was a live snake. Draco Malfoy, said the boy, stiffly, as if reciting it, automatically. Lovely, said Wade. We'll be friends, Draco, I promise we will. The kind of friends who are really, really, really enemies, but at dinner parties, in our middle age, we laugh about it over something expensive and brown. You're going to love me. Give it a week. He dropped the hand. He gave Madame Malkin 3 sickles, because she'd been kind. He walked out into the alley, hands in his pockets, and let himself laugh. They bought the rest of the list. Books from Flourish and Blots, where Wade ignored the biography aisle and bought, on a hunch, a battered Hogwarts, a history, a thick dark arts primer, and a slim volume titled A Clemency for Beginners with a very thoughtful-looking turtle on the spine. Cauldron from a shop that sold cauldrons. Dragonhide gloves that were probably not dragon. Telescope from a shop that smelled, specifically, like a telescope. Ingredients from an apothecary whose shopkeeper had no teeth and the friendliest smile Wade had seen since 1987. And then, third to last, a cage. For the owl, said Hagrid. For the owl, agreed Wade. Dia want an owl, Harry. I would love an owl. Come on, then. Belated birthday present from me. Wade stopped. He turned. He looked Hagrid in the eye. He said, Hagrid. That is, Hagrid. No. You don't have to, I do, said Hagrid, flatly. I didn't bring ye much in this world. I'm bringin' ye an owl, Harry Potter. Don't argue with me. Wade did not argue with him. Wade, instead, 5 minutes later, in the Elop's Owl Emporium, found a small, fierce, beautiful, extremely grumpy snowy owl with yellow eyes, one absolutely killer eyebrow, and a talon-curled determination in her gaze that made Wade instantly, adolescently, in love. He approached her cage. The owl looked him up and down with the frank disdain of a cat that had been passed from a duchess to a truck driver. Wade said, quietly, politely, because he was not a fool, Hi, Your Grace. The owl blinked. The owl, with a small deliberate inclination of her head, held out one yellow talon. Wade gave her his index finger. She tapped it. Very softly. Very seriously. Like a woman affixing a seal. Hello, said Wade. The owl said nothing. The owl, very quietly, in the small clear voice of a postmistress Wade had once known in Providence, said, Hedwig. Wade blinked. Wade said, out loud, before he could stop himself, Excuse me. Hedwig, he supplied his own narrator, was the owl's name. Hedwig had agreed to tell him this. Hedwig had made no other promises. Hedwig would like to get out of this cage now, if it was all the same to him. Hedwig it is, said Wade, softly. Hagrid, beaming with paternal pride, paid for her. They left the shop. Wade carried her cage against his hip. Hedwig, from inside, had arranged her head on her shoulder and was looking out at Diagon Alley with the frank disdain of a woman surveying a mildly unclean train station. She looked, on the whole, like she disapproved of literally everything, and Wade, walking through the bright crowd at her side, had rarely been so charmed. "One last stop," said Hagrid. "Ollivanders," said Wade. He tasted the word. "The wand shop." "Very old shop," said Hagrid. "Very peculiar man." "Good," said Wade. "Peculiar is my favorite flavor." Ollivanders was a dim, narrow, quiet, dusty room stacked floor to ceiling with thin boxes the color of old ivory. The door creaked. The bell tinged. The air was thick. The light was amber. And from the back of the shop, where the shelves went up into shadow, came a soft, dry voice. "I was wondering when I would see you, Mr. Potter." Wade, having stepped into the shop, stood very still. An old man came forward between the shelves. Ollivander, pale, bright-eyed, slightly dusty, the exact texture of an antique book, walked in a little curved, gliding way, as if he were the ghost of something that lived in the shop rather than the shop's owner. "It seems only yesterday," said Ollivander, peering at him, "that your mother was standing in this shop, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long. Swishy. A nice wand for charm work. And your father favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power, and excellent for transfiguration." Wade, whose breath had, without permission, stopped in his throat, said, "I'm sure you remember every one of them." "I remember every wand I have ever sold, Mr. Potter." "That's very impressive. It is a small piece of me." Ollivander pulled a tape measure from his pocket. The tape measure floated up of its own accord. It measured Wade from shoulder to wrist, from wrist to thumb, from elbow to nose, from knee to, specifically, knee. Wade, with the long, practiced patience of a man who had once stood still for a tattoo parlor in Bangkok for 6 straight hours, let it. Right, said Ollivander, pulling a box from the shelf. "Try this." Wade tried it. He tried 11 wands over 20 minutes. One smelled of cinnamon. One made Ollivander's hat fly off. One produced, in Wade's hand, a single grey moth that promptly died of old age. One actively disliked him. Ollivander, by the 8th wand, was giggling. By the 11th wand, he was in an unseemly sort of ecstasy. "A tricky customer, Mr. Potter," he said, with the delight of a man who had found a patient he actually liked. "Oh, very tricky. Very tricky. Now, I wonder," he turned. He went to a box at the very back of the shop. A box in a drawer that had been closed, Wade got the sense, for longer than Wade had been alive in this life. He pulled it out. He brought it to the counter. He opened it. Inside the box was a wand. The wand was dark. The wand was not elegant. The wand was, in fact, a little crooked, as if it had been cut, in a hurry, and then bent on purpose. Wade, without deciding to, reached for it. The instant his fingers touched the handle, the wand got warm. Not warm in the way of warm with friendly magic. Warm in the way of warm like it had been sitting in the sun. Warm like it had, for 100 years, been looking for a hand, and had now found one, and was not entirely sure it approved of the hand, but was, now that it was here, not going to let go. A breeze moved through the shop. A curl of red, just a curl of red, golden, the color of a specific redhead's specific hair, moved through the air and dusted the tips of Wade's fingers and was gone. Ollivander went very, very still. "Oh," he said. "Oh," said Wade. "Oh, curious. 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 You're going to have to unpack curious for me, Mr. Ollivander. I have had a very big day. The wand in your hand, Mr. Potter," said Ollivander, breathlessly, "is 11 inches. Holly. Phoenix feather core. Rather suppler than some would like. And, he leaned forward, the phoenix who gave that feather gave just one other. Just one. And its brother, Mr. Potter, is the one that killed your parents. The one that tried, and failed, to kill you. Wade, the wand warm in his palm, met Ollivander's gaze. The thing in his forehead, which had been quiet for the better part of an hour, twitched. "Oh," said Wade to it, politely. "Oh, hush. We are having a moment." He smiled up at Ollivander. "Well," he said, with the soft, thoughtful, steel-laced politeness of a man who had just been handed a loaded grudge, "that's poetic. Isn't it?" "It is," said Ollivander, faintly. "It is. Mr. Potter, the wand chooses the wizard. Remember. The wand chooses, thank you, Mr. Ollivander," said Wade. He paid. He tucked the wand into the inside pocket of his new robes, on the left, where an adult man would have kept a small pistol. He picked up Hedwig's cage. He nodded, politely, to Ollivander. He walked out of the shop. He stood on the street for one whole minute, looking up at the gold-gray sky over Diagon Alley, breathing in the smell of this new and absurd and utterly open world. And behind him, across the street, in the dark first-floor window of Ollivander's, a thin man with a purple turban stood watching him, with the perfectly still, perfectly interested expression of a snake deciding which egg to eat first. Hedwig, in her cage, at Wade's hip, turned her head a quarter-inch. Hedwig, softly, hooted. Wade, without looking up at the window, patted the cage. "I know, Your Grace," he said, quietly. "I know. We'll deal with him at school." And he followed Hagrid down the long, bright alley, into the rest of his life. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Train, the Hat, an honorable mention in the House Cup. Hagrid delivered Wade, his trunk, his owl, and his newly acquired 17 pages of fine-print financial documentation to the curb outside Paddington Station on the morning of September the 1st with the air of a man returning a cake to its rightful owner. He hugged him. He wept. He said, "Be good, Harry Potter," and Wade, who had promised Ragnarok he would not commit a single felony on Hogwarts grounds in his first year, the exact phrasing was, "not a visible one," smiled his good, earnest, boyish smile and said, "I'll try, Hagrid." "Thank you." Then Hagrid was gone, because Hagrid had a dragon to buy, which was a sentence Wade had heard and taken at face value and intended to follow up on in due course. He was left at the curb with a trunk, a ticket, a cage, an owl, and, in his new Holly Phoenix feather wand, tucked up his sleeve against his forearm in a wand harness he had sketched himself and paid a very quiet leatherworker to make, something warm that was developing, he felt, a personality. He pushed the cart into the station. The cart, because Wade was a Wilson, and Wilsons always chose the cart with the one bad will, veered leftward. He corrected it cheerfully. He weaved through the commuters. He found, in the middle of the station, between platforms 9 and 10, a brick pillar that was glaring at him a little harder than the rest of the brick pillars. He walked at it. He walked, specifically, at a lean, with the cart pushed in front of him as a battering ram, at a good jogging clip, in the confident, terminal manner of a man who had already decided that if it didn't work he was going to get a running start and start over. The brick pillar took his cart without complaint. On the other side was platform 9 3/4, and Wade had to admit, even jaded as he was, that the wizarding world had really nailed the texture of it. The train was scarlet. The train was beautiful. The train hissed out steam at the ankles of a sea of students and parents, in hats and scarves and carts, in an autumn morning light that had probably been charmed to be more photogenic than was strictly earned. It was, frankly, insane that no one had gotten a movie deal out of it yet. He smiled. He passed, on his way down the platform, a woman with red hair, a different red than his mother's red, darker, warmer, a tea-kettle kind of red, shouting, in a fond, harried, absolutely pitch-perfect maternal bark, "Percy, for heaven's sake. Fred, leave it. Ron, stop hitting your brother with your hat." Wade looked. There were, Wade counted with pleasure, 6, no 7 of them, with the 3 youngest sons locked in the low-grade infantry warfare of brothers. One set of identical twins, evidently possessed and loving it, were laughing. A tall one, Percy, Wade guessed, by the smug way he was wearing his collar, stood with his chin set at exactly the angle of a headstone. The youngest boy, scrawny, red-haired, smudge of dirt on his nose, was visibly and audibly being scolded for a hat infraction. A tiny girl was clutching her mother's sleeve and staring, with the awed and hungry eyes of a younger sister, at the train. The youngest boy looked up. He saw Wade. He blinked. His eyes went, specifically, to Wade's forehead. Wade, who had been expecting this, had already arranged his fringe over the scar, in a way that was not quite covering the scar, because he was no fool, and tipped an invisible hat at him. "Morning," said Wade, cheerfully. The boy's mouth opened, closed, opened again. Wade, in the second he had before the mother turned, because his body had the reflexes of a 15-year-old dancer and his brain had the instincts of a 30-year-old mercenary, stepped nimbly past the whole family and vanished into a carriage 3 down the line. He took, specifically, the emptiest compartment he could find, in the back of the 3rd carriage. He lifted his trunk onto the rack one-handed, because he had a theatrical streak and because no one was looking, and he set Hedwig's cage on the seat opposite him. He looked at Hedwig. Hedwig, through the bars of her cage, returned the look with the flat, patient disapproval of a woman stuck in an elevator with a man who was chewing gum. "Yes, I know, Your Grace," said Wade. "Yes. I am aware. We will find you a friend. For now, try to imagine I am a very bad teen with whom you are forced to share a flat, and content yourself with the suffering." Hedwig, decorously, rolled her head sideways. Wade, whistling, sat down. The train, somewhere along its spine, made a chuff. And, as the clock in the station struck 11, the door of Wade's compartment slid open, a small, narrow boy in hand-me-down robes, freckles and red hair and a question on his face, and said, in the tone of a boy who had been dared by his twin brothers, "Can I sit here? Everywhere else is full." Wade opened his mouth to say, cheerfully, "Of course," and discovered, half a breath before, that his teeth were going to tell the boy, "Just so you know up front that my name is on a couple of lunchboxes and I am absolutely weird about it. Yes please, my name is Harry Potter and you are Ron Weasley because I know everyone's name. Welcome to my Weird Tuesday." He closed his mouth. He smiled instead. "Sure," he said. "I'm Harry. What's your name?" "Ron," said the boy. "Ron Weasley." Are you?" "Yes," said Wade, gently, and ducked his head with exactly the sheepish, "please let it not be a thing" humility of an 11-year-old boy who had already discovered, in one morning, that he was a minor celebrity. "Yes. Please sit. I've been trying to avoid everybody for about 4 minutes." Ron, his freckles darker against his sudden, spreading grin, hauled his trunk onto the rack with the obvious, uneven, happy effort of a kid who had never had a compartment to himself in his life. He sat. He dropped a rat out of his pocket. The rat was, Wade, to his surprise, hissed softly through his teeth, because the rat, when it landed, twitched and looked up at him and made, in Wade's jaw, the small, involuntary, animal sound of a cat smelling a dead mouse. Not, thought Wade, right now. "That's Scabbers," said Ron. "He's useless. He just sleeps." Fred tried to turn him yellow once but nothing happened, well, Fred's a git, but. "What you got? Is that an owl?" "That," said Wade, "is Her Grace, Hedwig." "Her Grace. It's a style thing. She's brilliant." "She is. Don't tell her I said that. It'll go to her head." Ron laughed. Ron laughed with the whole, honest body of an 11-year-old boy who had been waiting, possibly for 4 years, for someone his own age to laugh at his jokes. Wade, who had spent 3 decades in a profession where most people laughed at you or with you or at other things while you bled, basked. He told Ron, over the next 40 minutes, a carefully vetted, gently chosen, amusing collection of lies about his life at the Desleys, which he told in the winking, half-true, made-you-laugh so it can't be bad way of an older sibling telling war stories at a dinner table. Ron, horrified, outraged, a little impressed, a little jealous of the adventure of it, laughed, snorted, shouted, and somewhere around Bristol gave Wade a chocolate frog. Wade received the chocolate frog. He received it, specifically, in his hand, where it twitched and blinked at him. "It's a chocolate frog," said Ron. "Charmed. One jumps in the spell. Catch it if it leaves the carriage. The card's the good bit, mind. I've got about 500. Can't get Agrippa, though. If you get Agrippa, I'll trade you my whole stash." Wade bit the frog, which did not jump, because he had a fast hand, and pulled out the card. The card was, yes. Of course. Albus Dumbledore, it said. Current headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. In the card, Dumbledore, in a silk robe the color of an unreasonable evening, looked at Wade with a benign, twinkling, terribly shrewd amused expression. The Dumbledore in the card inclined his head. Wade, who was not going to be the one who made the first move, did not incline his back. He held the card up in front of his face, steadily, at the level of his eyes. He raised one eyebrow. He said, inside his head, at whatever small fraction of the real Dumbledore was paying attention through the portrait, "Hello, sir. Harry Potter. I have a thing in my head. It'll be gone soon. I'd rather you and I work out the paperwork on that quietly, without it becoming a dinner topic. Your move." The Dumbledore in the card, after a beat, smiled. The Dumbledore in the card, and Wade saw this, and he was sure of it, and he would be telling this story, someday, to a very good therapist, winked. Then the Dumbledore in the card walked, calmly, out of the frame. Wade, chewing thoughtfully, handed the card to Ron. "Ah, man," said Ron, looking at it. "Ah, I've got Dumbledore. Already. Twice." "Keep it," said Wade. "Good for the collection." "Thanks, mate." The compartment door opened. A girl, already in her school robes, with frizzed, dense hair and serious eyes and an enormous front row of teeth, said in a rapid-fire, slightly breathless English schoolbook voice, "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost one." Ron said, at the same time Wade said, "No, sorry." The girls I moved from Ron to Wade. The girls I stopped on Wade's forehead. The girls I sparked. Oh God, thought Wade, with abrupt and genuine fondness, I am going to love her. "You're Harry Potter," said the girl. "I've read all about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. None of those," said Wade, very pleasantly, "are, as a primary source, reliable. You shouldn't trust a word of any of them. Any source that says I was single-handedly repelling Dark Lords at 15 months probably cannot also be trusted on the boring stuff." The girl blinked. The girl, then, in the same breath, without reorganizing, said, "Are you really?" "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Nobody in my family is magical, I'm the first. I've been reading everything I can, obviously, and I've learnt all the set books by heart, of course. I just hope it will be enough. I'm Hermione Granger, who are you?" "Harry," said Wade, quickly, "and this is Ron." "Hi, Hermione. Your books are wrong. The real books would be much duller, and you would have them memorized already, so congratulations on not quite knowing what's coming. Welcome to the confusion. Come with us, we'll help you find Neville, I'm already bored of this compartment." Oh, yes, all right," Wade stood up. Hermione, visibly thrown, held the compartment door for him. Ron, visibly thrown, stuffed the last of a chocolate frog into his mouth and followed. Wade walked out into the corridor with, he felt, the light footstep of a man who had a gorgeous afternoon's worth of mischief planned. They found Neville's toad in the luggage compartment, 3 cars down, inside a sleeping man's hat. The sleeping man turned out to be the trolley witch's nephew, who was not supposed to be on the train, and who gave Wade an entire tray of pumpkin pasties in exchange for not being mentioned to his aunt. Neville, a round, anxious, sweet-faced little boy who was going to, Wade suspected, grow up to be an absolute nightmare in a very good way, cried and clutched the toad to his chest and thanked each of them, separately, by full name and rank, and Wade, touched despite himself, ruffled the kid's hair. They rode the rest of the way to Scotland together, all four of them. Somewhere north of Stirling, while the world outside had gone lavender and the train had begun to climb, the compartment door opened for a second time, and Draco Malfoy stepped through it like a salesman stepping into a foyer. He had both of his henchmen with him. "Is it true?" he said, not introducing himself, because he assumed he did not need to. "They're saying, down the train, that Harry Potter is in this compartment." Ron, behind his chocolate frog, went rigid. Hermione, halfway through a chapter of a thick Transfiguration textbook, raised her eyebrows. Neville, with his toad clutched to his chest, made the small, devoted, miserable face of a boy who had recognized a bully at 5 paces. Wade, pleasantly, put down his pasty, wiped his mouth, sat forward, rested his elbows on his knees, and said, in the tone of a man greeting his favorite nephew at the door, "Draco. Buddy. You're early. Come in. Sit down. Ron, make room." "Ron, no, put the frog down." "You know me," said Draco, stiffly, because his rehearsed script had fallen off a cliff 10 seconds into delivery. "Of course I know you," said Wade. "We met at Madame Malkin's 3 weeks ago. You had a very handsome set of robes pinned on, you said your father was buying your books, and your mother was off picking up your wand. You told me, unprompted, that you would be in Slytherin. You were, and this was a detail, Draco, a detail, wearing a little silver-backed mirror on a chain around your neck that I think was probably monogrammed, and you tried, twice in 4 minutes, to get me to laugh at Muggle-born students before you knew my parents were dead. You are, Draco, the first person I met in the whole of the wizarding world outside of Hagrid. I remember everything about you. That's how this works." Draco's mouth, as it had at Madame Malkin's, opened, and then closed. I was going to, you were going to tell me which families are the wrong sort of family to be friends with, said Wade, still kindly. I know. I understand. I admire, sincerely, that your father has raised you to try. So here's the deal. You go back to your carriage, you find your real allies, which are the 300 Slytherins you're going to share a common room with, most of whom are going to be the kind of decent people you are not yet, because you are 11 and an only child and I am rooting for you, genuinely, and we meet at breakfast. Okay. Good chat, Draco. Send my love to your mother, she's the one who's right about you. Draco did not move. His 2 henchmen, Crabbe, Goyle, Wade supplied dutifully, though he had privately been calling them small fridge and large fridge, waited, dumbly, for an instruction. Wade, who had in his previous life spent an inordinate amount of time dealing with people who had small fridges, stood up. He was not a tall boy. In fact, at 11, he was scrawny and short and, on paper, lightweight. But he had, underneath all that, the posture of a man who had done a lot of dying, and he let it read, for just a second, in the compartment. Crabbe took a step back without knowing why. Draco, to his credit, did not. He held Wade's eye, for a beat, with the pale, narrow, deeply hurt eye of a child who had expected, all his life, that Harry Potter would be his best friend, and who had, in one bad afternoon in a robe shop, had his entire illusion repainted in a colder color. Fine, he said, at last. Fine. Good luck at the sorting, Draco, said Wade, gently. Shoulders back. Draco, without knowing he did it, put his shoulders back. He turned. He left. His henchmen shuffled out after him. Ron, exhaling, bloody hell, Harry. Language, said Hermione, tonelessly, without taking her eyes off Wade. Who says bloody hell like that, to Draco Malfoy? He's not going to be so bad, said Wade, and believed it, slightly to his own surprise. Give him a year. He is, give or take, a spoiled child with an excellent haircut. In about a year he'll have a haircut and a conscience, and we can renegotiate. Hermione, quietly, marked her page. Hermione, quietly, set her book down. Hermione, quietly, put her hands on her knees, and said in the small, careful voice of a girl who had, until 10 minutes ago, believed that textbooks told you everything, Harry. Is everyone going to act like that when they meet you? Wade looked at her. He looked, specifically, at her eyes, which were big, and which were a little frightened, and which were a little angry on his behalf, he realized, with a pulse of the warm, painful, disorienting sentiment he was beginning to associate exclusively with this castle, and he said, softly, yes. For a while. That's not fair. No. You're just 11. Very much so. Well, I won't do it. I know. Ron, quietly, said, I won't either. Wade, without looking at him, said, thank you, Ron. And the three of them, plus Neville, who had been sitting very still and was, slowly, relaxing, went back to their pasties. Hogsmeade Station at dusk was, as Hagrid had promised, cold and wet and absolutely, beautifully, stupidly well staged. There were lanterns. There were mountains. There was a giant yelling Furs years at the crowd. There was a lake in the dark that smelled, specifically, of fresh water and stone, and there were boats on it, and a castle on the far side of the water, bristling with turrets, 1,000 windows lit up like a cake at a birthday party, and Wade, who had not cried in the cupboard under the stairs for 6 years and who had cried in the nursery at Godric's Hollow and who had been making a kind of stoic truce with his tear ducts ever since, allowed himself one, luxurious, private, unembarrassed, no narration tear, which he wiped on the sleeve of his new robes, and then he stepped into a boat and he let this weird country floor him. He got into a boat with Ron and Hermione and Neville. The boats moved themselves. He had been hoping they would. Halfway across, a fine spray of lake water hit his face and mixed with the air and the smell of the wet stone of the cliff, and Wade, who had, in his old life, tried and failed to get himself killed more times than he had filed taxes, understood, with the soft, glad, patient clarity of a man who was, finally, home. He liked it here. He would, probably, destroy less than 3 wings of the castle per term. Come on, said Hagrid, on the far shore, come on up now, mind the step. They went up the step. They were met, at the top, by a thin, grey-haired woman in green robes, Professor McGonagall, his narrator, ticking, supplied, who looked at the damp first years assembled before her the way a sculptor looks at a bag of wet clay. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes, she said, in a firm, short, economic voice that Wade's entire spine instantly decided, without consulting him, to love. Wait here. Behave yourselves. You will be called into the great hall to be sorted into your houses. The 4 houses are, Wade let her speak. He memorized her face. He memorized her voice. He memorized her posture. He thought, my new favorite adult. He did not say this out loud. She left. The first years were alone in the antechamber. A pale, pointed, silvery-haired boy, Draco, bless him, right on time, stepped forward, flanked by 2 thick-necked henchmen, at Wade. So it's true, then, said Draco, in a voice that had, Wade suspected, been rehearsed in a mirror just this morning. They're saying all up and down the train. Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. Everyone in the little room was watching. Wade, who had been waiting for the exact beat, said pleasantly, Draco. Hi, buddy. Hi. 2 things. 1, don't call me Harry Potter. It's weird. I'm just Harry. 2, I did, in fact, say I would be nice to you, and I would like to start by telling you that those two gentlemen behind you are not your friends, they are employees, and if you keep standing there like a Malfoy Brock you are going to put your foot directly through a punchline I am carefully setting up for Weasley here. You don't want that. The thing that happened to Draco's face, between the one breath and the next, was a high-resolution study of a young upper-class boy trying to reconcile a line he had rehearsed with a line he had not. You, he said. You, I heard, the Weasleys, they're not the sort of family you want to make friends with, Draco, said Wade, kindly. Go back to your corner. Come find me in January. Let's have a conversation in January like sane people. Also, he wagged a finger, Crabbe, behind you. Chin up, buddy, you're slouching. Goyle, left eyes a bit droopy, see a healer. This has been your kindness audit. Have a great evening. He turned his back on all three of them with the light, casual contempt of a man who had dismissed infinitely more dangerous blondes in his life. Ron, beside him, made a noise like a kettle that had suddenly come to the boil. You, how did you do that, practice, said Wade, cheerily. Hermione, on his other side, said, in a small fascinated voice, that was actually quite brilliant. Wade, internally, beamed. The door opened. McGonagall was back. She led them into the Great Hall. The Great Hall was, Wade, specifically, had been warned by the narrator and by Hagrid and by Hogwarts, a history, but nothing, had prepared him for the actual space of it, an enormous, long, stone room with 4 long tables running its length, a long teacher's table across the top, a ceiling full of stars and 1,000 floating candles, and the whole room of students in robes, humming, watching, expectant. He walked in. He kept his head up. He kept his chin exactly at the level of a boy who was, mildly, a little nervous and, mildly, entirely okay. He did not look at the staff table. He did not look at the staff table because one man at the staff table, a pale, thin, black-haired, hook-nosed, yellow-skinned man in black who was, even at this distance, radiating a dislike for the air of the room, had caught him in the second he crossed the threshold, and Wade wanted, absolutely, to be ready. He could feel it. Literally feel it. A small, steady, probing pressure, in the back of his head. A gentle touch. The touch of a man trying, politely, to peer into his mind. Wade had read A Clemency for Beginners in the week before school. He had practiced, in the cupboard, on Dudley. He had not, this he knew, and was a little embarrassed about, practiced hard enough for a real Legilimens, no, and this man was clearly a real Legilimens. But the man did not know what Wade had, underneath his A Clemency, which was 30 years of mercenary-grade resistance to telepathy, which was, frankly, a cheat code. Wade did not block the touch. Wade, instead, fed it. He fed it, specifically, a bright, carefully curated hour of Wade's life, the kindness of Lily, the horror of the Dursleys, the dazzle of Diagon Alley, the pride of meeting Ragnarok, and, because he was a petty man, one specific image of Hedwig looking, specifically, at Dudley while he was brushing his teeth, with the disdain of an empress watching a slave wash a pig. He served it up, hot and sincere, like a wine pairing. The touch in his head paused, surprised, as if it had been expecting a lock and instead got a buffet. The touch then, this was the bit Wade was going to congratulate himself on for weeks, tried to go deeper. Wade, politely, without hurrying, brought down the shutters. The touch, surprised, fell out. At the staff table, the thin man in black blinked. Wade made his first, and possibly only, mistake of the evening. He looked up. He looked up, made eye contact with Severus Snape, and winked. Snape's expression did not change. Snape's expression, technically, did not change. But something in it, the air around it, adjusted. It was a barely audible sort of adjustment, the way a clock ticks after being wound. Wade knew, the instant he did it, that he had made a friend he was going to pay for. He looked away. He kept looking away. McGonagall was reading names. Abbott, Hannah. A round-faced girl sat down. The hat was put on her head. The hat said, loud, gravelly, confident, Hufflepuff. Wade, throughout this process, remembered that he was supposed to be nervous. Granger, Hermione. Hermione, with the terrified determination of a person walking herself to a dentist, went up. The hat took a moment. The hat said, Wade was happy about it, Gryffindor. A table cheered. Longbottom, Neville. It took the hat a long time. He ran off with it still on. It shouted, eventually, Gryffindor, at his back. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Draco's head before it said, Slytherin. Draco strutted to his table with the proud composure of a boy who had gotten, exactly, a grade he had been studying to get his entire life. Potter, Harry. The hall went still. Wade walked up, polite, small, calm, slightly sheepish. He sat on the stool. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. The hat fell over his eyes. The hat, in Wade's ear, in the inside of his skull, said, in a voice as old as a castle and as tired as a sexton, oh. Wade waited. The hat, with the slow, thoughtful reluctance of a shopkeeper stocking a shelf only to realize he had inherited a meteor, said, "Oh." The hat, after a long beat, cleared its throat. Now, said the hat. Mr. Potter. I have sorted every student at this school for about 1,000 years. I have seen just about everything the human mind can put on the rack in that time. I once sorted a boy whose mind was, genuinely, the third greatest hat's mind I have ever read, who will, in about 15 minutes by your time, on your left at the staff table, be trying very hard not to hex you. I was the first to sit on Godric Gryffindor's head, and Salazar Slytherin's, and Helga Hufflepuff's, and Rowena Ravenclaw's, and I have kept all 4 of them on file for reference. I have sorted vampires. I have sorted a werewolf. I have sorted a cousin of Merlin. I have, twice in my life, sorted someone your age for the second time. I believe, Mr. Potter, dear boy, little one, that I am somewhat out of my depth. Hello, Mr. Hat, thought Wade, with his very best manners, because he was a good guest. It's nice to meet you. I apologize for the paperwork. You have, said the hat, with mounting interest, 2 lives laid on top of each other in here. Sort of. Yeah. One of them is in tremendously bad order. You are being kind. One of them is, and I must confess this slightly shocks me, my boy, a very good person. Thank you. One of them, the hat paused, and Wade felt, in the spiritual region of his mind where the hat had taken up lodging, a kind of gentle, interested sniffing, the way a dog sniffs around a guest's luggage, contains a dark parasite attached to the back of your skull. That, too. Yes. It is, I note, being strongly muzzled by you. I try my best. And you, the hat, a little startled by its own observation, you have also had a conversation with Ragnarok of Gringotts. About this parasite. I have. Ragnarok will make it go away. Soon, I hope. Good. Wade, in his head, grinned. Mr. Potter, said the hat, with sudden decisiveness. I have had a long life. I have, in that life, been asked many difficult questions. I have a rule I follow. The rule is this: if a boy is kind, and brave, and clever, and cunning, in equal measure, and also slightly unhinged, and also a walking liability of sorts, he goes into the house where his instincts point, not where his blood points. You have pointed, in the last 11 minutes, at 3 of my 4 houses. I am going to ask you, sincerely, one question. Ask. Where do you want to go, my boy? Wade took a breath. He had, under the hat, thought about this. He had thought about Slytherin, fun, but he was not in the mood to argue with Draco Malfoy for 7 years, about Ravenclaw. He could read his own books, about Hufflepuff. He had thought about Hufflepuff, honestly, for a long minute, kind, tough, loyal people, who he felt he needed, but they did not, on balance, need him. He had thought about Gryffindor. He had, specifically, thought about a table on which, for the next 7 years, a bony, red-haired, loyal, scrap of a boy and a curly-haired, frightened, ferociously clever girl would need someone to stand up for them on a day that someone needed to. "Put me in Gryffindor," he said, in his head, calmly. "Ha," said the hat. "I thought so." The hat, out loud, said, "Gryffindor." The Gryffindor table exploded. The Weasley twins, Wade noticed, stood on the bench and yelled, "We got Potter! We got Potter! We got Potter," at the top of their lungs. Percy Weasley glared at them. Ron cheered. Hermione clapped. Neville, with a visible gasp, clapped too. Wade took the hat off. He handed it back to McGonagall, politely. He walked over to the Gryffindor table, and he sat down next to Ron. He did not look at the staff table. He did not, specifically, look at a man in purple turban sitting, specifically, 6 seats to the left of Dumbledore, with his shoulder twitching, and the kind of migraine that burns from the bottom up, because the thing inside Professor Quirrell's skull, Wade felt it, clearly, because the thing in Wade's skull was, also, a little agitated, was, at that moment, thinking at his hatmate with a specific, soft, astonished tone, "Him. Him. Him. I know him. Him." Wade, in his own head, very politely, put the thing in his scar on top of a lid and sat on it. Dumbledore stood up. Albus Dumbledore, silver beard to his waist, silk robes, half-moon spectacles, the amused kind gaze of a man who was 8% more dangerous than he looked, held up his arms. "Welcome," he said, in a voice that rang. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are, Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you." The hall cheered. Food appeared on the tables. Heaps of it. Actual mountains of it. Roast chicken and roast beef and roast pork and Yorkshire puddings and green beans and peas and 3 kinds of potato and 6 kinds of gravy and 6 kinds of pie and a lot of bread and 4 kinds of sausage and, because Wade was a small boy at a feast, the entirety of his self-control dissolved into a kind of happy grease smear, and he put food on his plate with both hands. Ron, beside him, actually cried a little. "Look, Harry," he said, piling a cold potato onto his plate. "Look. Potatoes. Mum only does potatoes on, never mind. Have a potato." Wade took a potato. He shared it. He ate. He laughed. He exchanged names with a tall, earnest black boy named Dean Thomas, with a pudgy, friendly Irish kid named Seamus Finnegan, with 2 thoughtful Indian girls at the Ravenclaw table who had turned around to say hello to Hermione. He made, for the first time since his first life, friends. Twice during the feast, he looked up across the staff table. The first time, Quirrell had his fingers pressed to his temple. The second time, when Wade was, almost, forgetting to watch him, Quirrell looked up, caught his eye, and smiled. A small, thin, dry, nervous smile. The exact smile of a man who had been told to do it. And inside Quirrell's skull, thin as a wire, Wade heard a second voice in a voice he was going to remember forever, "Harry Potter. Harry Potter. My boy. My dear boy. How grown you are." Wade did not answer. Wade, instead, kept smiling at Seamus Finnegan. He made, casually, carefully, in the small, unhurried way of a man laying a trap over the course of 7 courses, a very deliberate resistance in the back of his head, a sort of clear, glassy plane, and he slid it up between his skull and the touch, and he let the touch slap against the glass, and the touch recoiled, and Quirrell, at the staff table, made a small, audible, coughing sound, and had to reach for his water. Wade, with the warm, reckless, delighted calm of a man who had been training for this conversation for 6 years, spread butter on a roll. Not now, he thought at the thing in Quirrell's skull. Not yet. You will have your turn. I promise. And he turned back to Ron, who was trying to eat a cauldron cake in one go. After the feast, Percy Weasley led the first years out of the Great Hall in a column, fussing at them about staircases the way a border collie fusses at sheep. Wade, bringing up the rear with Ron, caught, on his way through the entrance arch, the first ghost he had ever seen with his own second-hand eyes, a fat, jolly little friar in grubby habit, beaming at the first years as if they were, each, a new puppy. Wade bowed at him. The fat friar, delighted, bowed back. Then something pearl-grey and long-bearded floated serenely past the ceiling, then a headless gentleman in doublet and hose was greeting them in Gryffindor colors, then, somewhere above them on the 7th-floor staircase, a sudden sharp voice shouted, "Oh-ho," and a poltergeist in a bellhop's hat, in a maroon jacket, in tiny absurd slippers, came pinwheeling out of a suit of armor and dumped a bucket of chalk dust over the column. Wade, who had been expecting this because he had read about it, stepped aside by exactly 1 pace. Ron got a faceful. Percy, puffed with pomp, shouted, "Peeves! I'm reporting this, Peeves." You come down from there, oh ho," said Peeves, and the grin on his tiny wicked face widened at Wade. "Oh ho! Furs ties. A nice big batch of furs ties. Oh, we'll have a fine year, oh yes, we'll have a fine," his eye moved, a quarter-inch, across the group. It met Wade's. Wade, underneath his own scar, felt something wake up, not the thing in his head, which was sulking, but an older, weirder, funnier thing, a thing that he had forgotten he had. Wade Wilson had, at some point in his first life, had, for about an afternoon, a brush with the trickster god. He had forgotten. He had genuinely forgotten. But he had been, for that afternoon, absolutely the kind of person that the universe had decided to write down, and whatever had put its hand on him that afternoon had, apparently, come with him into this second life. Peeves, who was not, technically, a god, but who was, in his small domestic way, a kindred spirit, Peeves, specifically, the way wild dogs recognize other wild dogs across streets, stopped. Peeves looked at him. Peeves, very slowly, saluted him. "Evenin', boss," said Peeves, and cackled, and vanished through the ceiling. Percy, bewildered, said, "Boss? Did he call, Potter, did he call you boss?" Wade, wiping dust off Ron's shoulder, smiled at Percy innocently. "He must have me confused with someone else. Keep moving, Percy, you're a good head. Come on, Ron. Let's find our beds." "Boss," muttered Ron, dazed. "He called you boss." They went on. The password to Gryffindor Tower was Caput Draconis. The common room was a low, warm, bulging, red and gold cave full of armchairs, and Wade, who had slept on a floor for most of his life and was about to sleep on a feather mattress for the first time in 13 years, dropped his bag, shook hands with everyone on his year, accepted a pat on the shoulder from a Weasley twin, Fred, he would learn which, later, and went up to bed. He slept, shockingly, astonishingly, blessedly, in a bed, that night. He slept in a bed with a 4-poster curtain and a thick red and gold hanging, in a dormitory up the boys' staircase of Gryffindor Tower, with a window that looked out over the lake, in a room he shared with Ron and Dean and Seamus and Neville. He lay on his back, with one hand behind his head. He listened to them all snoring. He listened to a distant, cheerful clatter from the common room fireplace, where someone was, improbably, playing a harmonica. He heard, faint as a mosquito, the small, far-off howl of a phoenix somewhere below him in the castle. He stared, a long time, at the canopy of his bed. His first day at Hogwarts was not technically over yet, since Wade operated by the rule that a day ended when you closed your eyes, and he had not, technically, closed his eyes. He lay there. He did a mental inventory, the way an old man checks his pockets before a long walk. Wand, under the pillow, in arm reach, because he was, fundamentally, a Wilson, and Wilsons slept with the weapon near the head. Scar, quiet. Thing in Scar, alarmed and sulking. Healing factor, warm. Purring. Heart, a little busy. Beating. Okay. Beating. Parents, dead. Still dead. Mother, as loved as a woman he had not known had ever been loved. As loved, weirdly, as Vanessa, which he would not think about right now, because he was going to sleep, and Vanessa was a bad person to think about when you were 11 years old and trying to sleep in a boys' dorm in Scotland. Quietly loved. Privately loved. All right. Friends, 3. Ron, Hermione, Neville. Enemies, 4. Draco, Snape, the thing in Quirrell, the thing in the scar. Honestly, it is going to be a rich 7 years. Narrator, quiet, tired, and a little smug about the Sorting Hat exchange. Finally, it muttered, in Wade's ear. You remembered who's writing this thing. Goblins, paid in full and happy. Meeting scheduled in 11 days. He closed his eyes. He felt the particular, unusual, nearly forgotten comfort of a clean blanket and a fair pillow. He turned his head. He smiled. Hogwarts, he said, quietly, to himself, like a man saying his wife's name. You beauty. Somewhere far below him in the castle, in a room he had not yet seen, a very large three-headed dog turned in its sleep on top of a trapdoor and groaned in all 3 throats. Somewhere far above him, in a tower he had not yet seen, a man with silver hair, sitting with a teacup in one hand and a wand in the other, looked up at a magical display of the school's sleeping students, raised his eyebrows at one green dot in particular, and said, out loud, to no one, well. Well, 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 well. Albus Dumbledore, in a quiet castle at midnight, sipped his tea. He was, not for the first time in 11 years, looking forward to the morning. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Troll in the Dungeon, Murk in the Bathroom. For the first 2 weeks of term, Wade Wilson tried, with all the sincerity of a man putting on a tuxedo to attend a cockfight, to be a regular Hogwarts student. He went to classes. He sat in the front row. He took notes. He raised his hand, occasionally, only when he was sure he knew the answer and only when he noticed Hermione looking tired. He laughed at Professor Sprout's jokes, which were mild and plant-themed and worth encouraging. He complimented Madame Hooch on her boots. He let Professor Flitwick stand on a stack of 3 books to teach him without saying a word about it, and he discovered, on the morning of the 3rd charms lesson, that there was a 4th book on the stack that was, specifically, a present from a past student. He read its spine without comment and made himself, in his head, a list of alumni who had thought to do small kindnesses for a professor who was too proud to ask for them. He filed it. He filed a lot of things. He was, he thought privately, doing pretty well. He had, by the 8th day, pranked the Weasley twins. Not in a cruel way. In a love-tap way. He had, in the breakfast line, swapped the tops of their salt and sugar cellars, which was the oldest bit in the world, but he had swapped them back when the twins caught him at it, and then he had swapped them a 3rd time while they were accusing him, and when Fred, who he had learned to identify by the slightly crooked left incisor, said, "You cannot be serious," Wade had smiled at him with all of his teeth and said, "Fred, I have been waiting to do that for 12 years. You have no idea how long I have been waiting to do that bit." Fred had stared at him. George, grinning, had said, 12 years. How old are, Fred had elbowed him. Wade had winked. The twins, within an hour, had, to Wade's immense satisfaction, started sending him anonymous notes of admiration. He had started replying. He had, by the 9th day, made Professor McGonagall laugh. He did not think she had noticed that he noticed. He had, without meaning to, he had raised his hand in Transfiguration with a question about the conservation of mass implications of her transfiguring a matchstick into a needle, specifically about where the woodiness of the wood went, which he had expressed, in good Wade fashion, using the phrase, "Does the matchstick have a soul, and did I just help you murder it, Professor?" McGonagall, who had spent a career training herself not to laugh at nonsense, had tried, heroically, not to laugh, and had failed, for about a 16th of a second, in the corner of her mouth, and Wade had seen it, and he had known, in that instant, that he had a second weapon in this castle, which was the ability to make Minerva McGonagall laugh, and he would be saving this weapon, like a man saving a grenade for his wedding day, for the right occasion. He had, by the 10th day, flown a broomstick. Flying a broomstick, he discovered, was exactly the sort of aggressively stupid thing his body had been built for. Madame Hooch had them line up on the lawn. She had said, up. She had said, at the speed of a sports announcer, to watch her, not to kick off too hard, to go up 6 feet, to hover, to come back down. Wade, who had always been the fastest study in any room that involved vehicles, said, up, like a man calling a dog. His broom came to his hand. He mounted it. He listened. He did not go up too hard. He went up, specifically, 6 feet, with the relaxed, steady patience of a man who had driven motorcycles through most of the eastern seaboard. He sat at 6 feet. He smiled at Madame Hooch. He came down. He landed. Madame Hooch, who had been waiting to sharply correct someone, looked at him a beat too long. She said, Mr. Potter. Where did you learn that? Swings, ma'am, said Wade, modestly. I was a very patient boy on the swings at Little Whinging Primary. Madame Hooch pursed her lips. She moved on. But when Neville Longbottom, for students later, actually went up too high and broke his wrist by landing on it, and Madame Hooch had to rush him off to the hospital wing, shouting at the class not to move, Wade, specifically, on an instinct that was both his oldest Wade instinct and his newest Harry one, did not move until Draco Malfoy picked up Neville's Remembrall from the grass and announced, airily, that he was going to put it up a tree. Wade stood up. Malfoy, he said, and his voice, for the first time in front of witnesses, went a little older. Put the ball down and walk inside the castle. Draco, ball in hand, looked at him and said, make me. Wade, for the record, had never in his life actively wanted to make a high-end prep school boy cry. He had, however, wanted, recently, to make Draco Malfoy understand. He picked up his broom. He kicked off the grass. It happened, after that, fast. Draco went up. Wade went up. Draco laughed. Wade, politely, did not. Madame Hooch's lawn was down below, a small white patch of first-years with mouths open like a field of startled mushrooms. Draco threw the Remembrall, on a whim, to humiliate them both, up and out, sideways, over the battlements. Wade's body, Harry's body, moved. Did not think, moved. He leaned along the broom like a jockey, he dropped the handle into a full tuck, he dove. The wind took his robes like a parachute. He felt the broomstick correct, cheerfully, to his weight. He felt his old mercenary reflexes in the new muscle of this 11-year-old boy, which had, apparently, always been this fast, this deep, this sure. He felt the Remembrall tumbling in the air, he felt his hand at the end of his arm, he felt his fingers closing around the glass, he felt the pull of his own weight against the broom and the way the wood bent and did not snap, and he pulled out, 3 feet from the stone of the courtyard below, and stood up on the broom, for no reason but joy, at 6 feet, ball in his outstretched hand. The class, as one thing, lost it. Wade grinned at them. He floated down. A sharp, black, irritated voice cut the air, Potter. McGonagall. Wade, who had been expecting this exact beat, landed, gracefully, and sighed. She came marching across the lawn, robes flying, her face, oh, he was going to miss that face, set in a thin, tight, iron line. She grabbed his arm, not hard, but firmly, in the way a teacher grabs an arm when she intends to take the child with her, and she said, in a voice as calm as a rifle, come with me, please. He came. Halfway down a corridor, she did not slow down. Halfway down another corridor, she did not slow down. She said, at one point, without breaking pace, never, in all my time at Hogwarts, how dare you, you might have broken your, what kind of, they arrived at a door. A door he did not know. She knocked. The door opened. Wade, looking up, said, "Oh, hi, Oliver." Oliver Wood, Gryffindor's Quidditch captain, a tall muscular sixth year with a jaw like a rower and eyes like a born fanatic, looked back at Wade with the rapidly glazing eyes of a man being offered a sacrament. "Wood, I have found you a seeker," said McGonagall, tersely. Oliver Wood, out loud, made a noise like a boiler releasing pressure. Wade, who had read Hogwarts, a history and Hogwarts, a training manual and, for the sheer fun of it, an 1896 tract called Broom Reform and the Death of the Gentleman Athlete, grinned up at him. "When do we start?" he said. He started practice 3 evenings a week. He hated it. He hated practice in the way only a man who was extremely, grotesquely, frustratingly good at a thing could hate the drills that taught you to be good at it. He knew how to fly. He wanted, specifically, to play. Wood, bless him, was patient the way a mountain was patient, and made him run laps around the pitch on the Nimbus 2000 that McGonagall had, in private, with her face unreadable, personally bought him. "There has been a Potter on the Gryffindor team for 3 generations, she said, tightly, "and we intend to keep the tradition," and Wade complied, because Wood was a kind man and because, underneath the grumbling, he admired the hell out of him. It was during one of these practices, a damp Friday in late October, that Wade caught his first clear, cold, specific scent of something he had been looking for since the first feast. He was flying a slow, wide circle above the pitch. The air was thick with weather. The wind was pulling at his robes. And, somewhere below, between the Quidditch lockers and the dungeons, Professor Snape stalked across the grass in his long black robes, moving with the particular, tight, half-pained gait of a man who had a new injury. Wade, up in the air, narrowed his eyes. He spiraled down, slowly, to a height at which he could see, specifically, the bottom of Snape's left leg. The leg was bleeding. A small, slow, dark stain was spreading on the inside of Snape's boot, and his limp was new, and he was headed, not toward the castle, but, Wade marked it, because his brain was, in a second, running a little mental map, away from it, toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where there was, specifically, a path that led toward a certain corridor which, on the first day of term, Dumbledore had warned them all away from under pain of death. Well, thought Wade. Ding ding ding. He did not follow Snape. He was not stupid. He marked the time. He marked the day. He came down, politely, to the lockers, and he walked, with Wood, back to the castle, and he made a note. He made, in fact, several notes. He had, in his trunk, under a loose floorboard he had discovered in the boys' dorm after 3 nights of careful stomping, a small leather-bound ledger he had bought in Diagon Alley, titled in his own terrible penmanship Steve Watch. Into Steve Watch, he wrote, October 25th. Snape. Injury to left leg. Visible bleeding. Moving toward 3rd floor corridor outer access. Parallel, Quirrell absent from dinner 2 nights in a row. Check his hands. Wade, at dinner 2 nights earlier, had noticed that Quirrell's left hand, which he had historically tried to keep folded, was beginning to develop, on the back, a fine gray bruise that had the exact radial pattern of dog teeth. October 26th. Second-year Gryffindor girl overheard at breakfast mention Nicholas Flamel. Is this relevant? October 27th. Hagrid, in passing, said the words, "I won't say another word," when asked what Hagrid had brought out of Vault 713. Hagrid has, therefore, said something. Investigate. October 28th. Scar twitches during defense. Steve stirring. Touching back against my occlumency shield. I am going to have to visit Ragnarok soon. 3 nights in a row, in the small dead window between curfew and morning, Wade got out of bed. He did it quietly. Dean snored, Seamus sighed, Neville whimpered at things in his sleep, and Ron slept like a dropped sack of potatoes, which Wade appreciated. He pulled a cloak from his trunk. It was a cloak he had made a quiet Gringotts inquiry about, to Ragnarok, during the Horcrux consultation, and which Ragnarok, with the polite, pleased tone of a goblin cashing in an old chip, had produced from a family vault Wade had not been told he had, and had handed to him, folded, in a paper bag, with the softly dry observation, "Ah yes. You will want this, I think." It was your father's. The cloak was silver. The cloak was weightless. The cloak was, Wade had noticed with a warm nip of pleasure at the corners of his mouth, an invisibility cloak, and it was, by the texture of it, not a disillusionment cloak nor a war-charmed cloak but, specifically, an old and very famous cloak of invisibility whose name Wade would, eventually, learn to say out loud without laughing. For now, he wore it. He walked out of Gryffindor Tower. He went down to the third-floor corridor. On the first of the 3 nights he got as far as the corridor door and stopped to listen. On the second night he picked the lock with the unlocking charm Flitwick had taught them that afternoon. Alohomora, Wade had, in the margin of his notebook, rated it a 6 out of 10. He opened the door a crack. Inside, in a round stone chamber lit by the red coals of a brazier, was, oh, thought Wade, fondly, oh you beauty, a 3-headed dog the size of a small bus, asleep. 3 heads. 6 eyes. 3 noses. 3 rather impressive sets of teeth. All 3 heads were snoring, in 3 different, oddly harmonious registers. A thin string of saliva connected the middle head to a flagstone. Between its front paws, under a great shaggy stomach, was a trapdoor. Wade, under the cloak, stood very still. The middle head, asleep, twitched. Wade, under the cloak, said, "Hi, buddy," in a voice pitched for exactly 3 dogs. "Hi. Hi. Hi. You're a good boy." "Who's a good boy?" "Who's a good?" The left head opened an eye. Wade went out of the doorway, closing the door behind him, so fast and so quiet that his feet, on the stone, did not leave an echo. On the 3rd night, he brought a plate of kidneys from the kitchens, and he brought a small, cheap, functional violin, and he set them both outside the door, and he made, inside his head, a long, private vow about music and dogs and the specific, unreasonable love he had always had for both. He did not open the door. He just listened, through it, to the 3 sleeping breaths of the dog inside it, and he thought, "This is the lock. This is the lock. Whatever they are protecting, it is under this dog. To get the dog to sleep on its own, you need music. To get around the dog without music, you need me, and I am 11, and I intend to move heaven and the entire ministry of magic if I need to not fight a 3-headed dog at 11. He marked the time on the corridor every night. He marked the sounds. He marked, on the 2nd and 3rd night, a faint, slow, clicking footstep in a corridor 1 floor down, stopping, pausing, going, stopping. He marked it. Somebody else was scouting, too. He made a note. He had, in short, by mid-October, a plot. He had a plot, a conspiracy, a timeline, and a number of suspects, and, on the morning of Halloween, he had a very nervous feeling. Nervous feelings, on an ordinary day, did not strike Wade. Wade had, for 30 years, been a man without nerves. But he had also been, for 30 years, a man with a certain animal sense, a certain feel for weather, a certain twitch in his spine when something wrong was going to happen in the next 12 hours. The Potter body had the twitch, too. The twitch woke him up before dawn on the 31st. He sat up in his bed. He looked at the canopy of his 4-poster. He thought, clearly, today is a bad day. He got up. He dressed. He went down to breakfast. He told Ron and Hermione, with practiced cheer, about a bit of Quidditch gossip. He smiled through charms. He smiled through potions. He did the morning's occlumency exercise. He kept his mouth shut. And when Hermione Granger, after charms, ran out of the hall in tears because Ron Weasley had said something unkind about her behind her back in a stairwell, and when Wade, turning, had caught Ron's elbow and said, mildly, "Ron. Ron. Ron. Dude. Listen to me. Go fix that. Go fix it before noon, Ron had said, uncomprehending. What? I didn't, I was just, and Wade had said, Ron. Please. We're Gryffindors, we're 3 for 3, we don't split up today. Go find her at lunch. Apologize. Bring her a cake. I haven't got a cake. Then steal a cake. All right. Ron had not, however, gone at lunch. Ron was 11, and 11-year-old boys have a long memory for embarrassment and a short memory for instructions. Hermione, therefore, had not been at Halloween feast at 6 o'clock, because she had spent all afternoon crying in the girls' bathroom on the second floor, and Wade, sitting at the Gryffindor table with his pumpkin juice in front of him, and the hall lit with 1,000 floating pumpkins, and the air thick with the warm, strange, Halloween smell of the castle, had felt, in his spine, a long, slow, cold note drop. He had half a second of warning. Then the great doors of the hall slammed open and Professor Quirrell, pale, wheezing, turban askew, came running the length of the room, arms flapping, and yelled, Troll! Troll, in the dungeons! Thought you ought to know. And fainted, face first, onto the flagstone. The hall erupted. Wade, for a beat that lasted, in his head, about 3 seconds and in real time about 1/4 of a second, did the math. Item 1, Halloween. Item 2, a troll in the dungeons, which was impossible without the trolls having been let in from below, which meant, with the help of a teacher. Item 3, Snape was at the staff table. Dumbledore was at the staff table. McGonagall was at the staff table. Everyone was at the staff table. Quirrell was on the floor, with a perfect, theatrical, hand to the forehead feint. Item 4, Hermione was in a bathroom. Item 5, the troll was a distraction. It was, in fact, beautifully a distraction, and Wade had to admit that, even allowing for the fact that the thing in Quirrell's turban was a megalomaniac with impulse control issues, this was, for a plot, functional. It was a plot designed to empty the staff table so that the real, quiet, dangerous thing could walk past the third-floor corridor. Item 6, Hermione was in a bathroom. Item 6, revised, Hermione was in a bathroom, and Wade was not, on Halloween night in the year 1991, going to be a man who let Hermione Granger, alone and crying on a Halloween, become a footnote in a plot whose author was not even paying attention to her. He stood up. Dumbledore was already shouting directions. Prefects were already shepherding the houses out. Percy Weasley was already, against his own will, leading the Gryffindors out. Ron, on Wade's elbow, was trying to say, Harry, where are you? And Wade, already gripping Ron's wrist, said tersely, with me. Now. The girls' bathroom. Second floor. Hermione. Move. Ron paled. Oh hell, said Ron. Ron, there's no time, move, they moved. Against the traffic. Up a staircase. Around a corner. Past a bewildered suit of armor that, thinking it was being addressed, saluted. Past a portrait of a monk who tried, helpfully, to shoo them the other direction. Past a gargoyle that clucked at them disapprovingly. The castle was, Wade had noticed this, and loved this, and would always love this, a hostess, and it was trying, at every turn, to steer 2 11-year-olds to safety, and Wade was politely pushing past it. Up another stair. Around another corner. And, at the top of the second-floor corridor, in front of the girls' bathroom, the smell. It was, Wade, who had smelled bad things in his life, would tell you later, the smell of a compost heap that had been forgotten in a cupboard for a month and then left in the sun. It was ripe. It was enthusiastic. It was a dairy-based tragedy. And the body producing it was, specifically, 12 feet tall, dragging a club the size of a telephone pole, and stooping, with the gentle curiosity of a man trying to enter an apartment, through the door of the girls' bathroom. Inside, hissed Wade. Ron, whitewashed, said, Are we locking it in? We're getting her out. Wade drew his wand. He had not, technically, practiced for this. He had, technically, been spending 6 years in a cupboard reading, in secret, very basic elementary charms out of a second-hand primer, and 6 weeks at Hogwarts running the first-year curriculum. He had, therefore, a working levitation charm, a fine lumos, a reliable locking charm, a decent severing charm, and, by virtue of having practiced every night in the dorm while his roommates snored, a startlingly precise disarming charm. He had also, in a different language than Hogwarts was, 10,000 hours of professional training in the handling of very stupid, very large adversaries. He said, quietly, under his breath, like an old prayer, "It's just a big bouncer with a headache." He went in. The bathroom was a mess. Sinks shattered. Mirrors shattered. Water everywhere. Hermione, oh thank God, was on the far side, crouched between a sink and a stall, her hair frizzed, her eyes round, her mouth open in that frozen way that preceded a scream. The troll, dirty grey skin, small mean eyes, a forehead like a shelf, was between them. "Hermione," said Wade, pitching his voice calm and close and low, "do not move. Do not move. I'm right here. Ron, in the hall, check my 6. If anything comes up the corridor, shout. Hermione, eyes on me." Hermione's eyes locked on his. Wade stepped forward. The troll turned. The troll raised its club. And Wade Wilson, Harry Potter, reached into the inside pocket of his school robes, and he pulled, in one long liquid motion, not a wand. He pulled, out of the inside pocket of his school robes, something that should not have fit there, at all. He pulled a katana. It came out, in his hand, with the exact, weightless, inevitable feel of an old, loved tool. Its hilt was the wrapped hilt he had had in his last life. Its balance was the balance he had had in his last life. Its blade, in the half-light of the bathroom, gleamed the particular gleam of a blade that had spent 6 years, somewhere, waiting. Wade had not known it was there. Wade had, in fact, been very sure, since his arrival in this world, that his katanas had been lost along with his old body. He had mourned them. He had moved on. Apparently, he was going to want to have a word with his subconscious about this. Apparently Wade Wilson had, on the moment he reincarnated, packed his kit. His kit had just been waiting for him to need it. "Hi, babe," he said, out loud, to the katana. The troll, confused, blinked. Wade stepped forward. He said, genially, in the exact pitch of a man welcoming an unreasonable customer to his shop, "Okay, big guy. Okay. Okay. I do not want to hurt you. I am sure, underneath the smell and the forehead and the club, you have a beautiful singing voice and a mother who misses you. I am going to give you one chance. 1. Put down the club. Go back down the staircase you came up. We'll say no more about it. Deal?" The troll hit him with the club. The troll hit him with the club, specifically, across the center of the chest, with the full uncalibrated strength of a 12-foot mountain troll trying to kill a small mammal that had annoyed it. The club, which was the size of a small tree, connected with Wade's, Harry's, sternum. It should have shattered him. It did, in fact, shatter him, 2 ribs, a clavicle, the humerus, thank you for asking, and the force of the blow carried him 3 feet backwards into the tile, through the tile, into the cubicle behind. He hit the cubicle door. The cubicle door splintered. He landed on the floor with the small surprised noise of a man who had just been crushed like a can. Hermione, across the room, made a high, thin noise of a kind Wade remembered his first wife making, once, and he promised himself, on the floor under the tile, that he would apologize to her later. For now, the healing factor. For now, the good old, cat on a windowsill, nothing but business, deeply underestimated, deeply patient, warm, cheerful healing factor, which stretched, in Wade's, Harry's, broken chest, and said, in the idle voice of a laundry machine, "Oh, sure. 2 ribs reknit. The clavicle reknit. The humorous popped back into the socket with a small sweet audible pop that Wade, in his head, gave a 9.5. He stood up. He picked up the katana which had fallen beside him. He brushed the tile off his robes. He looked at the troll, which was staring at him, cube-faced, with the expression of a man at a bar who had just hit another man and had expected, politely, for that man to fall over. "Buddy," said Wade, sadly, "you should have taken the deal." He moved. He moved the way his body moved when it had the memory of his old one. He moved with a kind of fluid, unhurried, deeply professional speed, the speed of a man who had, in his last life, choreographed fights on subway trains, and he went at the troll, katana held loose in his right hand, and he was, frankly, showing off, because he wanted Hermione to have, in her memory, later, something specific and clear to hold on to. He wanted Hermione to have seen her friend fight with his whole body, so she would know, for the rest of her life, that the trolls of her world could not have her. He vaulted off a sink. He used the cubicle for cover. He cut, and this was a piece of instinct, Wade's old merc instinct, not a boy's. He cut the troll's club arm at the wrist, with the sword, in one clean passing slice, because he did not particularly want to spend the afternoon fighting a troll with a club. The club, with the hand attached to it, fell to the tile. The troll, suddenly realizing he had a handless arm, roared. It was a roar that shook the sconces. It was a roar Wade felt in his teeth. Wade, politely, with both hands on the hilt of the katana, drove it, in one long considered stab, up under the troll's jaw, through the soft part of the palate, into its brain, and out at the back of its head. The troll stopped being a troll. It became a falling thing. Wade stepped sideways, because he was not in the mood to be crushed a second time, and the troll fell with the whole sad heavy dignity of an oak, flat on its face, taking the last of the cubicles with it, and the silence that followed was the specific, perfect, paralyzed silence of a bathroom full of broken plumbing, a dead troll, and one extremely 11-year-old girl. Wade, panting, said, "You okay, Hermione?" Hermione, on the floor, said nothing. Wade looked at the katana in his hand. He considered it. He said, in a weary, regretful tone, "Okay. This is going to be a fun one to explain." He flicked his wrist. The katana, because it had materialized out of his own impossible pocket, and was, probably, in some deep sense, a part of his soul, vanished. Hermione, on the floor, blinked. Wade crossed the room. He knelt. He took her hand. "Hermione. Hi. It is me. It's Harry. Are you hurt?" Hermione shook her head. Once, minutely. "You're not hurt. Shake. That thing, that was a troll. And I can explain, mostly. What you need to know, right now, is that I am really, really sorry I was late. And Ron Weasley, in the hall, is also really sorry. And he brought, Ron, did you bring, I forgot the cake, said Ron, from the door, faintly. He forgot the cake. Cake's coming at breakfast. Hermione. Can you stand up? We need to get out of this bathroom before a teacher, footsteps. Several sets. Running. McGonagall. Snape. Quirrell. Bursting in, wands drawn, faces white. McGonagall saw the dead troll. McGonagall saw, specifically, the hilt-shaped bruise pattern under the troll's jaw. McGonagall, whose face was good at not moving, moved. Mr. Potter, she said, in a voice like cold iron, what, on earth, Wade, without blinking, said, Hermione tried to take it on alone. Ron and I came up. It was a troll, Professor. Ron's locomotor mortis hit its leg and it went over and landed on its own club. We're really sorry, Hermione. We should have been there sooner. Ron, mouth open, said nothing. Hermione, slowly, turned her head to Wade. Wade, with his friendliest possible face, made, with one eyelid, one of the subtlest winks of the millennium. Hermione, Wade would owe her, for this, for the rest of his life, did not blink. "Professor," said Hermione, in a small, shaken, believable voice, "it's true. I thought I could take it. I was very stupid. Ron and Harry came to find me. They saved my life." McGonagall's jaw moved, for exactly 1/2 second, the way it had moved when Wade had asked about the matchstick soul. Wade caught it. Wade loved her. Snape, across the room, looked directly at Wade. Snape had, specifically, looked at the dead troll, and then at the cubicles, and then at the wet tiles, and then, Wade could see him putting the shapes together, he could see him counting shapes. Snape had looked at Wade's forehead, and then at Wade's robe pocket, and then at Wade's eyes. Wade let him look. Wade, meeting his eye, inclined his head politely. Snape did not speak. Behind Snape, Quirrell, clutching his turban with one hand, sweating, made a noise like a frog being stepped on. Because the thing in Quirrell's turban, in the second after Snape made his count, did its own count, and it got, Wade felt, the same answer Snape did, and it was, at that moment, thinking very fast and very hard, and it was saying, in the deep back of Wade's own skull, almost conversationally, "You are not who I thought you were." Wade, behind his acclimacy, replied, "No, buddy. I am not. We'll chat later. Go home." Quirrell, or the thing in Quirrell, made a small, gurgling, astonished sound, and abruptly turned on his heel and walked out of the bathroom, faster than was polite. McGonagall, still writing in her head, said, in the short dry voice of a woman who was going to be lying on forms later this evening, 5 points from Gryffindor, Miss Granger, for being an utter fool. And 10 points, each, to Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, for sheer dumb luck. Follow me. Now. They followed her. That night, after everyone else in the dormitory was snoring, Wade lay on his back. He put his hand over his breastbone. His ribs were sore. They would not be sore in the morning. He was going to have a quiet word with his healing factor about the 2 ribs it had knit slightly off, in a way he could feel tick-tocking as he breathed in. But more importantly, he reached, in his head, for the place the katana had come from. It was an inside pocket. It was, specifically, a kind of inside pocket that did not live in his robes. It lived, somewhere, between his own skin and the world. It was warm. It had other things in it. He could feel, when he touched it, a weight on the other side, several weights, blades, guns, something compact and explosive, something long and folded, something which in its texture suggested, horribly, tacos. He had, in short, his kit. All of it. All of Wade Wilson's old, beloved, horrible kit, stored in the pocket dimension of his own soul, where he had, apparently, been stuffing it for 11 years without knowing, like a child hoarding candy under his bed. He breathed out. He grinned at the canopy. "Oh, you beautiful idiot," he said, softly, to his own body. "You saved it all." He rolled onto his side. He thought, for a long breath, about Hermione in the bathroom. About her small white face. About her shake of the head. About the wink that she had so bravely, so beautifully, not broken. He thought about Snape's eyes. He thought about the thing in Quirrell's turban, and the note it had struck, not fear, not yet, curiosity, and he thought about how curiosity, in the wrong kind of villain, was a knife that could cut either way. He would be expected, tomorrow, to figure out what was behind the 3rd-floor corridor. He would, in fact, be figuring it out. He would, specifically, and he wrote this, tonight, into Steve Watch, be taking Ron Weasley in 1, Hermione Granger with him, because he had promised himself, a week ago, that if this was the country in which he was going to live his second life, he was going to live it with friends. Before he slept, there was a knock on the dormitory door. A soft knock. 3 short. 1 long. 3 short. SOS. Wade, in his pajamas, without thinking, crossed the room, opened it a crack, found himself looking down at Hermione Granger in her school cloak, in the corridor, with an armload of a book, and a face that was very specifically the face of a girl who had spent 3 hours rewriting, in her head, an account of a bathroom she had not yet put on paper. "Harry," she whispered. I can't sleep. I was going to, I had to come ask you." "Ask me what?" said Wade, softly. She looked at him. She looked at him the way a girl who reads a lot looks at a character from a book she is reasonably sure she has read, which is to say, with the urgent, private, slightly hungry curiosity of a reader who wants confirmation that her theory is right. "You had a sword," she whispered. "I had a sword." "In your robes." "In my robes." That is not a standard first-year curriculum." "No, Hermione, it is not." "And you killed a troll." "Harry. You killed a troll. With a sword. In the bathroom. At 11. You, Hermione. Are you," and here the girl who would grow up to be, if Wade had anything to say about it, the finest witch of her age, paused for the thinking of a thought that was, strictly, not hers to have. "Are you all right?" Wade, in the corridor, in his pajamas, at 11 years old and 30 whatever, with a world-famous scar on his forehead and a dead woman still on his conscience, found himself, to his own mild shock, so moved that he had to take a second to speak. He said, gently, "Come in." He brought her, quietly, past the snoring boys, to the landing window. They sat on the cold stone sill. He did not lie to her. He could not lie to her. He told her, in exactly 240 words, the shape of the truth, that the thing in the bathroom had been protecting her and had been protecting him, that it had come out of him because it had needed to, that he did not know yet what all he was carrying, but that she was his friend, and Ron was his friend, and he was not going to let a troll eat either of them. He said, at the end, "I'll tell you more when I know more. I swear. I trust you with the rest, as I figure it out. Don't tell the staff, please. Don't tell Dumbledore, please." Hermione's eyes, in the moonlight, were enormous. "Why not Dumbledore?" she said. "Because Dumbledore, bless him, is a chess master. I'd like to sit down with him as a board partner, not as a piece." "Not yet." Hermione, slowly, nodded. She said, with the simple, solemn, unhesitating dignity of a girl who had, in her short life, been given very few secrets and had kept every one, "All right. All right. And Harry, thank you. For the bathroom. Hermione, any time." She hugged him. It was the first hug Wade had, in this body, received from anyone but Hagrid. It lasted 2 seconds. It was wonderful. He put his chin on the top of her head. Then she went down to her own dormitory, and Wade, unlikely 11-year-old with unlikely memories, went back to his own bed, and he closed his eyes. He slept. And in the bowels of the castle, in a chamber beneath a trapdoor beneath a three-headed dog, a small stone that was not, technically, a stone, on a plinth that was not, technically, a plinth, rolled slightly on its axis, for no reason. The philosopher's stone, for the first time in 200 years, turned in its sleep. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, Mirrors, Dragons, and Dead Celebrities. November gave way to a wet, blue, faintly magical sort of December, and Hogwarts put up its Christmas decorations with the cheerful, hilariously over-the-top conviction of a castle that had been doing it for 1,000 years and expected praise. There were 12 trees in the Great Hall, each tree the height of a double-decker bus. There were fairy lights that were, literally, fairies, blue and pink and drowsy and grumpy if you rattled their branches. There were holly garlands along the corridors. There was, in a broom cupboard on the 3rd floor, an enchantment that sang Good King Wenceslas in 3-part harmony every time a student opened the door, which was hilarious for about 40 minutes and unbearable within a week. Wade, who had a long-standing grudge against carols in general and Wenceslas in particular, took a private, unannounced afternoon to visit the cupboard, open the door politely, listen to a verse, and whisper, mildly, "You and I are going to work on some new material for next year, Mr. Wenceslas, and we are going to do great things." On his way out, he gave the cupboard a thoughtful pat. The cupboard, thereafter, considered him a close personal friend, and began singing Jingle Bell Rock whenever he passed. He stayed at Hogwarts for Christmas. So did Ron, whose parents were visiting his older brother Charlie in Romania. So, briefly, and by her own faint and carefully disguised request, did Hermione, who had, in her own words, already packed her parents full of magic over the summer and did not want to be a nuisance. So did the Weasley twins, who stayed in order to prank the Gryffindor staircase. So did Neville's toad, which had got out of Neville's trunk a week before end of term and had not yet been found. The castle, emptier, was better. Wade, awake at 4 in the morning on Christmas Day because the unusual fact of presents had woken him up, sat up in his bed and discovered, at the foot of it, a small neat stack of parcels. He had not, in his life, had a small neat stack of parcels, and he sat and looked at them for a long moment, the way a man looks at a painting he suspects is a forgery but wants, badly, to believe. The first was from Hagrid, a hand-carved flute that looked, suspiciously, like it had been whittled in a very angry mood. The second, from Mrs. Weasley, was a thick, hand-knitted sweater in dark emerald green with an enormous yellow H on the chest. It came with fudge. The third was from Hermione, a fine silver quill, a bottle of good ink, a book on basic wand law, and a handwritten note that said, "For reasons we do not have to discuss on paper. Happy Christmas." The fourth was from Ron, a box of very good chocolate frogs and a Chudley Cannon's pennant. It said, across the back of the package, in Ron's sincere, inelegant, warm handwriting, "Happy Christmas Harry, you saved my best friend's life, let's go eat at breakfast." The fifth, on the pillow, without wrapping, was a note in slanted, spidery, old handwriting, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very happy Christmas to you." Wade, under the note, found the parcel he had half expected and fully enjoyed, a second invisibility cloak, a nice neat backup to his father's, evidently sent by Albus Dumbledore, who was, Wade had to respect this, not, technically, giving him anything that was not already his. Dumbledore was, in short, giving him permission. Wade, the forged bundle of 2 invisibility cloaks on his bed, grinned. "Thank you, sir," he said out loud, to the ceiling. Then he put one of the cloaks on, and he went exploring. He had been, he realized, about 3 corridors deep before he remembered to take anyone with him. He stopped. He said, softly, "This is selfish, Wilson, come on. You said friends," and he went back, and he woke Ron, and he banged on Hermione's dormitory stairs until Hermione, furious and grinning, came out in her dressing gown. They had, that morning, the single most entertaining illegal early Christmas outing of Wade's 2 lives. They went into the restricted section of the library. They tiptoed into the trophy room. They ducked, in the great hall, through the breakfast service, and stole 3 extra pieces of sausage. They took turns under the cloak. Hermione ducked under it with him and read him a page of most patenty potions in a whisper and made a little squeak of delight at the index, and Wade, listening to her whisper, had a flicker of memory of his wife, his first wife, his forever wife, in a bed, reading him a piece of tax law, and had to, quietly, press his tongue against the roof of his mouth to stop his eyes from doing anything embarrassing. He said, softly, to the empty air of the cloak, "I love you, you nerd." Hermione, whispering, said, "What?" "I love this book," said Wade, quickly. "You should read it aloud more." Hermione snorted. They crept down into the lower corridors. And that, in the small, quiet, half-dark end of Christmas morning, was how Wade found the mirror. The room was not a room he knew. He had not, in any of his wanderings, seen this door before. It had, however, opened for him, a quarter of an inch, casually, at the push of his palm, in a corridor near the astronomy tower that had been, the last time he had walked it, only wall. He said, softly, Hermione. Ron. Wait here. Just, give me 1 minute. Harry, 1 minute. Inside the room, on a bare floor, in a cone of moonlight, stood a tall, standing mirror in a gold frame. He took off the cloak. He walked to the mirror. He stopped at a reasonable distance. The mirror looked, at first, like a mirror. It showed a room. It showed a boy. The boy was, and here Wade took a breath through his teeth, because the mirror had, apparently, read him at 4 paces. The boy was Harry James Potter, in the boy's green and yellow Christmas sweater, his hair messy, his scar visible, his wand in his left hand. That was the part of the picture that matched. The rest of the picture did not match. Behind the Harry Potter in the mirror stood, standing very close, the way people who have earned the right stand very close, a woman. She was not Lily. She was tall. She was black-haired. Her eyes were the particular, frank brown of a woman who had been told all her life that she was pretty but had refused, out of spite, to be anything except funny. Her mouth was a long, beautiful, slightly crooked mouth, the mouth of a woman who knew where your pulse lived. She was wearing, in the reflection, a thin white shirt and a pair of jeans. She had her hand, in the mirror, on the boy's shoulder. She was smiling. Wade, with his palm flat against his chest, felt, for the first time in this life, his new young heart actually fail to beat. It hitched. It stumbled. It, with enormous embarrassment, re-engaged. "Oh, Vanessa," he said, out loud, to the mirror. She did not hear him. But the woman in the mirror, the Vanessa in the mirror, who had never existed, who had been dead in his first life for 9 years, who he had failed, who he had buried, whose hand he had held as she had died, looked, with those precise funny brown eyes, directly at him. She smiled a little wider. She raised her other hand. She touched, in the mirror, the cheek of the Harry Potter in the mirror. Wade stood in the moonlight in a cone of dust motes in a stone room in Scotland and cried. He cried quietly. He had not known his new body could cry like this. He had not known his new body still had this kind of love to do, because he had, for 11 years, held it very carefully behind his acclumency and told himself, firmly, that the woman he had loved in his first life had belonged to that life, and that to carry her out of it would be obscene. He had, therefore, carried her exactly as deep as he could, and had pretended, to himself, that she was asleep. The mirror had, with the casual, polite cruelty of a book reading from a private notebook, found her and made her wake. "Hi, baby," he said, quietly, to the mirror. "Hi. Hi." Vanessa smiled. Vanessa, in the mirror, mouthed something. Wade watched her lips. He read, with the patient, flat, specific focus of a man who had spent a long time reading his wife's lips across bars, "I love you. You're late. Don't stay here." Wade, in the moonlight, with a face that was entirely his own, nodded. "I know," he said. "I know. I know. I'll go in a minute. Stay there. Stay, right there." Vanessa, in the mirror, raised one eyebrow at him, the way she had, in life, raised one eyebrow at him when he had said something stupid. "I know," said Wade, soft. He stayed for exactly 60 seconds. He did not sit down. He did not ask the mirror questions. He did not, specifically, look at his own shoulder to see if there was anything else in the reflection, because he had, 11 years earlier, negotiated with himself a particular version of what Vanessa would want, and what Vanessa would want would be for him to not stay in this room all night. At the 60th second, he lifted his hand. He put it, palm flat, against the glass. Vanessa, in the mirror, lifted her own hand. She put it, palm flat, against the glass on her side. They did not touch. The glass was not that forgiving. But Wade said, "I'm going to go save some kids, Vanessa." I'm going to go save a stone from a dark lord. I'm going to go eat breakfast with my friends. I love you. I love you. I love you. Okay. Okay. See you later. And he turned, and he walked, quite steadily, out of the room. Outside, in the corridor, Hermione, under the cloak, said, with the frightened, tight, polite voice of a girl who had not looked in the room, Harry. Harry. What was in there? It was a mirror, said Wade, in his normal voice. It shows you something you want. Don't go in. It's the kind of thing a person could live in front of, and we are not going to do that to each other. Come on. It's Christmas. I want my sausages. Ron looked at him, and then did something Wade had not quite expected. Ron, without asking any questions, put a hand on Wade's shoulder, and kept it there, all the way back to Gryffindor Tower. Wade, breathing in the long cold dawn of his first Hogwarts Christmas, decided, again, at about 100% volume, that he loved this country. On the first evening of January, a dragon egg arrived at Hogwarts. It arrived because Hagrid, in the pub, had won it in a card game off a stranger in a hood, and it arrived, specifically, in the inside pocket of Hagrid's coat, and it had been warming, for about 20 minutes, in the heat of Hagrid's coat, and the coat, therefore, had a small, bulging, ominous lump in it when Wade and Ron and Hermione, on a Tuesday, with their winter cloaks bundled over their robes, and a pot of tea and a tin of rock cakes in their hands, came to visit him in his hut. Wade, the instant he saw the lump, said, Hagrid. Yeah, Harry. Is that, he squinted at the coat, is that a dragon egg in your coat? Hagrid went the color of a beetroot. It's not a dragon egg, said Hagrid, immediately. Hagrid, said Hermione. It is, not a dragon egg. Hagrid. It's a very large turtle. The lump made a small, high, cheeping noise. The three of them stared at Hagrid. Hagrid, with the great, honest, blundering face of a man who had been hoarding a puppy, broke. All right, said Hagrid, all right, it's a dragon's egg, but it's a special one, you see, I won it in a card game with a gentleman, Wade, who had, with his merc's ear, picked out the key phrase gentleman in a hood, said, quite calmly, Hagrid. Honey. Listen to me. The gentleman in the hood. Was his hand wrapped in a turban? Hagrid, looking up, said, no. Was he, by any chance, a very tall, smoky-smelling gentleman in black robes? Well, it's hard to say, but he had a very deep voice, and he kept sayin' how he hated dogs, oh, Hagrid. So I talked a lot about Fluffy. Hermione, teacup trembling, said, Hagrid. Hagrid, you did not. I might have mentioned that Fluffy likes a little music. And goes right to sleep at a nice tune. Just conversationally. Wade, who had been pacing a narrow lap of Hagrid's single room, stopped and said, in a gentle, curious, entirely fond tone, Hagrid. Who else knows what Fluffy is guarding? Hagrid, flushed, said, only Dumbledore, and Nicholas Flamel. Wait, said Hermione, sharply. And I shouldn't have said that. Nicholas Flamel, said Hermione, under her breath. Wade, who had been waiting, politely, for either Ron or Hermione to arrive at this name without his help, ducked his head and grinned. Hagrid, said Hermione, in her calmest voice, because her calmest voice was also her most focused voice, we have to go. Thank you for tea. We'll be back. Can I pat the egg? Hagrid, beaming, let her pat the egg. Back at the castle, in the empty library wing where Hermione had, in an afternoon of scholarly venom, cornered a book on alchemists from the restricted section, she slapped the thick old volume down on a desk in front of Wade and Ron, and she read, from the index, with the specific gleeful fury of a girl solving a puzzle, Nicholas Flamel, the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. The stone produces the elixir of life, granting immortality. Flamel and his wife Perenelle are 665 years old. The stone is currently in a vault at Gringotts. At Gringotts, Ron. Gringotts. That was the bag Hagrid got out of Vault 713 the day we met him. Breathe, Hermione, said Ron, and poured her water. So it's that. That's what's under Fluffy. The stone. Somebody wants it for immortality, obviously, and someone is already trying, so who? Snape, of course. He's been. Wade, very quietly, raised one finger. Hermione, he said. What? Not Snape. What? Not Snape. Harry, we saw his leg. I saw his leg, said Wade, with the mild patience of a man who had been, for 2 weeks, revising his Steve watch ledger at 4 in the morning. He's hurt. But the whole business of Snape wanting the stone doesn't fit. I've been watching him. He's been watching somebody else. His legs hurt because he tried to get past Fluffy, not because he wants the stone, Hermione. He tried because he was trying to check on whether someone else already had. He's guarding it. I think he's guarding it. Hermione stared at him. Ron stared at him. Wade sat down across from them. He said, "Okay, team. Listen up. Snape, bad man. Unkind. Has a face. Not our villain. He hates me on a personal basis, long story, I'll tell you some time, but he has a vow. Somebody asked him to keep me alive. I think he's keeping me alive. The person after the stone is not Snape. Snape, in fact, tried to save me from falling off my broom at the Quidditch match in November, which is, he tried to throw you off," said Ron. "No. He was muttering and staring at you. He was muttering a counter-curse, Ron, because somebody else was muttering a curse. Somebody was jinxing my broom. I felt it. You know who was also muttering at that game, in the staff box, with his eyes closed and his turban on his head?" "Oh my God," said Hermione, in a whisper. "Quirrell." "Professor Quirrell," said Wade, nodding. "Professor Quirrell is the thief." "Professor Quirrell has a passenger," said Wade, carefully. Ron, with the blunt, direct, entirely reasonable terror of a pure-blood boy who had grown up on bedtime stories, "Harry. Are you telling me you know who is on the back of Professor Quirrell's head?" "That," said Wade, with full honesty, "is a remarkable turn of phrase, Ron, and yes. Yes, I am. Under his turban. I would bet my wand on it." Hermione, her fingers white on the edge of the table, said, very softly, "And Dumbledore, why doesn't Dumbledore?" "Dumbledore is waiting," said Wade. "Dumbledore is waiting for something. I have 2 theories. 1, he thinks he can smoke Voldemort out of his hiding place and finish him this year, so he is letting the trap run. 2, he is 150, he does not run fast, and he is trusting certain very specific students to be brave at the right time." Ron swallowed. "Us," he said. "Probably us. Bloody hell. Language." Hermione, without looking up, said, "We're going to have to go under the trapdoor. We're going to have to get there first, because Quirrell is going to try, and if he gets through, Immortal Voldemort," said Wade. "Immortal Voldemort," said Hermione. "Which would be bad, as you're both already assuming." "Very bad." "Great." Wade, inside, was, weirdly, thrilled. This he knew how to do. The dragon, inevitably, hatched. His name, Hagrid decided on the second night, was Norbert. Norbert was small and black and had spiny little wings and a disposition that, even for a dragon, was rude. Norbert bit Hagrid, Norbert ignored Hagrid, Norbert set Hagrid's beard on fire twice in the first week, and Wade, who had watched many a parent ruin their own life out of sentiment, stepped in at the end of January with a plan. The plan was simple. Ron's older brother Charlie worked in Romania, with a dragon sanctuary. Charlie had 3 friends. The 3 friends would, on the night of the 1st of February, Come by broom to the top of the tallest tower at Hogwarts to collect one baby dragon in a crate. Wade and Hermione, under Wade's father's cloak, would deliver the crate. The execution was not simple. The execution involved, among other things, Neville, who had been found in the corridor 10 seconds after the delivery and whose reaction to their quiet apologies was, to their shock, pride, the Weasley twins, who somehow, through the vent of their mysterious power, had ended up at the top of the tower with them and who had apparently arranged the whole meeting with Charlie's friends personally, and Filch, the caretaker, who had caught a loose sleeve of Wade's robe under the cloak, and who had dragged Wade by the elbow, shouting, protesting Hermione on the other hand, up to McGonagall's office at midnight. McGonagall, in her dressing gown, at her desk at midnight, with her hair in one thick braid that Wade had not known she owned, had looked at Filch, and then at Wade, and then at Hermione, and then at the unmistakably empty crate that Filch was holding up as evidence, and had said, in the driest possible voice, "Mr. Potter. Miss Granger. How very unlike you." Hermione, close to tears, "Professor, we can explain, I don't want to know, Miss Granger. I very specifically do not want to know." McGonagall adjusted her glasses. "I will be, regretfully, giving you both detention. For 50 points from Gryffindor," said Filch, with the pleased hiss of a man who had won the lottery. McGonagall's mouth tightened. 50 points, she said, pointedly, from Gryffindor. "Mr. Filch, thank you." Filch hobbled out. When he was gone, McGonagall sat very still for a long beat. She said, in a slightly different voice, "Mr. Potter. The dragon is, safely away." Wade, very very carefully, raised his eyebrows. "Professor," he said. "I asked, Mr. Potter, a yes or no question." "Yes." "With reputable handlers?" "Yes." "Good." She looked at him for a long moment. Wade met her eye. She said, finally, quietly, "Some of my faculty, Mr. Potter, are currently in a condition of, very active distraction. It has been, for me, a long term. I would be grateful, now that we are in January, if certain students were, discreet. Do you understand me?" Wade, meeting her eye, replied, "Yes, ma'am." "Good," said McGonagall. "Then, detention, Thursday. In the Forbidden Forest. With Hagrid." "The Forbidden Forest, Professor. We have a small matter there," she said, "that requires, let us say, a brave hand. I will be sending Mr. Malfoy as well, who has also been out after curfew, as has Mr. Longbottom." She looked, specifically, at Wade. "A warning, Mr. Potter. There is something in the forest that has been, killing unicorns. It has been, for a month. Do not go alone. Do not stay alone. Do not do anything heroic." Wade, who had been thinking at his third speed since the phrase "killing unicorns" had left her mouth, nodded. "Yes, ma'am. Good night, Mr. Potter. Miss Granger." They left. In the corridor, Hermione grabbed Wade's arm. "Killing unicorns. Harry. Killing unicorns. That's the darkest, that's Voldemort," said Wade, flatly. "He's in the forest. He's drinking unicorn blood. He's keeping the body alive. He's desperate. He's getting close. Harry, you can't go into the forest with him out there." "I have to go into the forest," said Wade, taking her hand and squeezing it once. "I'll be fine. I want to go. I want to get a good, clean look at him, before the finale. But, Hermione," and he dropped his voice, quick and urgent, because he did not have much time to say this, "I want you to start preparing. I want you to study protection spells. I want you to go down to the Ollery tomorrow, and send a letter to my friend at Gringotts, here's the address, and tell him the time has come." Hermione took the slip of paper. She did not ask who. She said, simply, "When?" "Soon. A week, 2 weeks. Right after the detention. I'll take care of Steve. You two take care of each other. Anne, he took a breath, looking at her face, looking at her tired face, which was tired because she had been sneaking out of her dormitory every night for 2 weeks to help him plan this. Hermione, before I forget. Thank you. You are the best witch of our age. Hermione, in a corridor at midnight after a 50-point loss, looked at him. I'm not the best witch of our age, Harry. I have been 40 years old. I know a professional when I see one. You're the best. She flushed, deeply, and did not argue. The detention in the forest was, as forests go, atmospheric. Hagrid, cloaked, lantern in hand, led the 4 of them, Wade, Hermione, Neville, Draco, down a narrow trail of moonlit pine, talking about unicorn blood with the factual tenderness of a farmer discussing the health of his herd. They split into pairs. Wade, because he had felt, on his forehead, the faint stir of his scar at Hagrid's announcement of the direction, took Draco, because he did not want Draco, on his own, with whatever was in there, and they set off along a separate fork. Draco walked 12 paces behind him. Malfoy. Potter. Don't fall behind. I'm not, you're 12 paces back. 5 is fine. 12 means I can't save you when the thing in the trees jumps you. Speed up. Draco, after a silent moment, sped up. They walked a long way. And, in a clearing, at the base of a silver tree, they found what they had come to find. A unicorn, on its knees, dying. A cloaked figure, black as wet tar, bent over, was drinking, greedily, from a wound on the unicorn's flank. The cloaked figure heard them. The cloaked figure lifted its head. Under the hood was, nothing, no face, just the flat, slick glisten of silver unicorn blood on a mouth Wade could not see, and then, beneath the hood, the small, thin, shivering ghost of Professor Quirrell's face, gone slack and wrong, and underneath his face, a second face, thin, red-eyed, reptilian, starving. Voldemort. Sharing a skull. Sharing a body. Drinking from a unicorn. Draco screamed. Draco screamed and ran. Wade, for 1/10 of a second, considered following him, and then considered the unicorn, and then considered Voldemort, and made his decision. He stepped into the clearing. He said, politely, you know what, Tom, that's just bad manners. That poor animal's still alive. Voldemort's little red eyes turned at him. They met his. They widened, slightly. You, he said, in a thin, wet, outraged, fascinated voice. You. I knew. I knew. Who are you? Wade, smiling, said, well, Tom. That is the question of the year, isn't it? You and I have a fair bit to catch up on. We're going to have a longer chat in the basement in a month or 2. For now, I just wanted to pop in and say, leave the unicorn. Stop the drinking. You're working yourself up. Take the rest of the month off. I'll see you in the basement. Voldemort did not speak. Voldemort, in the half-second before Hagrid, crashing through the underbrush toward Draco's scream, broke into the clearing, simply raised the hand he was not using to keep Quirrell's body upright, pointed one thin finger at Wade's forehead, and made, in the inside of Wade's scar, a long, deliberate, extremely personal scratch. The pain, briefly, was unreasonable. Wade, biting the inside of his cheek, kept his face still. Voldemort, meeting his eye, said, softly, I am going to enjoy the basement, boy. And he was gone. In a long, thin, dripping streak, he was gone back up into the trees, dragging Quirrell behind him like a child dragging a shopping bag. Wade, in the moonlit clearing, in front of a dying unicorn, said aloud, to the night air, so am I, Tom. So. Am. I. He heard hooves. A creature stepped into the clearing. A centaur, huge, chestnut-haired, solemn as a book. He looked, First, at the unicorn. Then at Wade. "Mr. Potter," he said, in a voice like a shale of mountains. "That was close. Do not thank me. I was too late for the unicorn. The stars, on you, however, are extraordinarily bright." "Thank you, sir," said Wade. "I am Forenza. Do not trust the heavens blindly. Do trust yourself. Go to your friend in the bank. Then go to your chamber under the dog. Then live, Mr. Potter. Live loud." Wade, who had been getting remarkably good at not crying in strange places, bowed. "Live loud," he said, softly. "Thank you, Forenza." He went to find Hagrid. That night, after curfew, by lantern, at the narrow desk in his dormitory, Wade wrote 2 letters. The first was to Ragnarok of Gringotts. "Mr. Ragnarok. The time is now. Please prepare the basement for Tuesday at dusk. I will be bringing a witness. I will not be bringing the thing we discussed into the bank, I will be bringing it in my head, and you will be taking it out of my head, as per our agreement. Fee is in my vault as pre-authorized. Thank you. H.P." The second was to a very particular address. "Dear Mr. Dumbledore. I have met, in the Forbidden Forest tonight, a cloaked passenger on the back of one of your teachers. He is thin, red-eyed, and drinking unicorns. He is, I believe, very close to accessing a certain item that is currently in our school. I would like, respectfully, to request a meeting, in private, in your office, at your earliest convenience, but no earlier than Wednesday afternoon, because I have an appointment on Tuesday that is important. Very truly yours, Harry Potter, P.S. I believe you've been watching me, sir, through a mirror. It's all right. I just wanted you to know I've been watching you too. Very respectfully, please keep the cloak away from the mirror. I think it is the kind of thing that does not need to meet itself." He folded both letters. He sealed them. Tuesday at dusk. Wade had, over the 6 weeks since Halloween, negotiated one specific piece of paperwork with Ragnarok, and that was a goblin portkey, keyed to a single hair from Wade's head, that lived in a sealed envelope in the inside pocket of his robe. He had, in parallel, negotiated one specific piece of paperwork with Dumbledore, through a senior house elf named Dobby who, it turned out, was both willing and delighted to pass notes between Wade and the headmaster's office. Harry Potter is writing to Headmaster Dumbledore. Oh, Dobby is pleased to be helping, oh yes, Harry Potter is a great wizard, oh yes, and that paperwork was a one-time, 48-hour leave slip for an unspecified personal medical appointment in London. He therefore thought, covered his bases. He packed a small bag. He took Hermione. They stood in the Ollery at 6 o'clock. He opened the envelope. He held out his hand. "Ready?" he said. Hermione, pale but resolute, said, "Ready." "I love you, Granger," he said, lightly. "I love you too, idiot," said Hermione. The portkey pulled. They landed, because goblins did not believe in gentle exits, in a round stone room deep beneath Gringotts, on a flagstone mosaic of a goblin and a dragon. Ragnarok was waiting. So were 2 other goblins Wade did not know, dressed in heavy grey robes, and a human Wade did not know, a thin, hawk-faced woman in green robes, with her hair pinned up in a severe knot. "Mr. Potter," said Ragnarok. "Miss Granger. This is Healer Thistlewood, who will oversee the extraction. She is bound, by a contract I have had her sign this morning, to silence." Healer Thistlewood, with the small crisp nod of a woman who had seen stranger rooms and had been sworn to silence in most of them, inclined her head. "Mr. Potter. Thank you for being here, ma'am. Come lie down on the slab, please." The slab was a low stone bench in the center of the room, overlaid with soft dark cloth. Wade, with the casual confidence of a man who had been through worse, and he had, technically, been through worse, by a very wide margin, lay down on it. Hermione held his hand. "Do not flinch," said Ragnarok, taking up a thin goblin-wrought knife in his own hand. Wade was relieved, actually, to see the knife. This was a knife you could trust, a knife with a job to do. Do not scream. Do not speak. This will take 4 minutes and 11 seconds. At the end, there will be a very angry small shape in the jar we have prepared, and a hole in your memory the size and shape of the shape, which Miss Granger has agreed to help fill. The hole does not hurt. The shape hurts. It is the second job that will hurt. Do the first job, said Wade. Ragnock set the point of the knife, gently, a 1/4 inch above Wade's forehead, and began to chant. The chanting, Wade noticed immediately, was not a language. It was older than language. It was a sound, a specific buzzing pattern of vowels that his body heard the way a bone hears a tuning fork, and his scar, which had, for 7 weeks, been more and more agitated, began, first, to sing along. Then, it began to scream. Then, in a moment of the most precise, most surgical, most goblin-designed displeasure Wade had ever felt, the thing inside the scar tried to leave. It tried, specifically, to leave via Wade's mouth. Wade, rigidly motionless, felt it slide up his spine, felt it reach for his tongue, felt it gather itself like a spider gathers itself before jumping. He felt his healing factor, the slow, warm, cat-on-a-windowsill healing factor, grab the thing by the tail and say, in the voice of a long-suffering landlord, "Oh, no you don't." The thing thrashed. Wade did not move. He bit down, carefully, on the leather strap Ragnock had put between his teeth before the chanting had started. The healer was watching his pulse on her wand. Hermione's hand was white in his. Ragnock's knife moved. He drew, in the air above Wade's forehead, a single thin, curving line, and the scar that had been on Wade's forehead since he was 15 months old, the scar that had been Steve's home, opened. It did not bleed. It opened. A small, black, greasy thing, the size and shape of a thrown-up frog, rose out of the scar, screamed one thin scream of the purest pique, and was caught, expertly, by the 2 goblins in grey robes, each holding one side of a small lead-lined jar. They clanked it shut. The thing inside the jar thudded, once, and went silent. The scar on Wade's forehead closed. The line in the air closed. Ragnock lowered the knife. Wade, on the slab, exhaled, slowly. He felt, for the first time since he had been 15 months old, a stillness at the back of his skull that he had not even known he was missing. It was, good Lord, so quiet. So quiet. Healer Thistlewood, after a beat, took his wrist and said, "Vitals good. Scar healed. The hole in the memory, Miss Granger, please." Hermione, who had been briefed on this, began, softly, reading aloud from a piece of parchment in her lap, the last 11 years of Wade's life, in short, polite, official language, with no mention of any passenger. She read for 20 minutes. Wade, lying on the slab, closed his eyes and listened. His brain, rearranging itself around the new quiet, heard every word. When she was done, Wade opened his eyes. He said, "What year is it?" 1992, said Hermione. "It's March." "What's my name?" "Harry Potter." "Who's my best friend?" Hermione, very softly, smiling, said, "I am." "And Ron is." "And Neville, if you keep being nice to him." "Okay," said Wade. "I'm ready." He sat up. He stood up. He did not wobble. He felt, bluntly, better than he had felt in his entire life, in either of his lives. He felt, he thought, as light as a boy of 11 actually should feel. He shook Ragnock's hand. He shook Thistlewood's hand. He hugged Hermione. He tipped, properly, the 2 grey-robed goblins, with a small sack of galleons each that he had brought for this purpose, and Ragnock, who had been watching him, inclined his head with a small, private, pleased goblin smile. "Mr. Potter," said Ragnock, quietly, as he escorted Wade and Hermione to the portkey room, there is one further matter. Yes. The shape in the jar has 6 siblings. Wade, absolutely not surprised, said, I know. We will be collecting them, in time. Please do. There is one, in particular, that we believe to be a diadem. It is, somewhere in your castle. I'll find it. Do not bring it here. I do not want it in my bank. Burn it in place, if you can. A good, old, hot basilisk venom flame does it. I can send you a vial of venom when you write me. Thank you, Ragnarok. Mr. Potter. Yes. It has been a privilege. Wade, with a wide, unfeigned, sunny grin, back at you, sir. They were on the port key. They were, 12 seconds later, back in the Ollery. Hedwig, in her corner, hooted at them with prim disapproval. Wade, on the floor of the Ollery, scratched his forehead for the first time in his life without any of the old tickle beneath it. Oh, Hermione, he said. Oh. 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 Harry. He's out. He's out. He's gone. I can hear myself think for the first time since, I don't know how long. I didn't even know how loud he was. Hermione, very gently, put her hand on his face. I'm glad, Harry, she said. I am so glad. He put his hand over hers. He said, smiling, let's go get Ron. We've got a basement to find. Outside the window of his dormitory, the moon, a thin, cold, beautiful curl of silver, climbed up over the mountains. Somewhere in the forest below, a unicorn was being buried, quietly, by centaurs. Somewhere in the castle above, a man in a purple turban was weeping into the basin of his own shower, because the thing inside his head was, for once in its very long sad existence, frightened. Somewhere, in the bowels of Gringotts, a goblin with old eyes was straightening his tie. And somewhere in a dormitory in Gryffindor Tower, a 30-something mercenary in a 15-year-old body was blowing out his candle, pulling up his knitted Weasley jumper to his chin, and smiling, with all of his teeth, at the ceiling. Game on, Tom, he said, to the dark. Game on. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, beneath the trapdoor, above the narrator's pay-grade Wade, Ron, and Hermione went down the trapdoor on the second Thursday in May, at midnight, during a thunderstorm. They had chosen the day, and the hour, with care. Wade had, since returning from the Gringotts basement, spent 6 weeks in a state of unnerving, almost uncanny, well-rested competence. His scar was gone. His healing factor, no longer occupied, had been doing slow, deliberate, cat-like patrols through his body all spring, looking for loose ends and tidying them up. He could sprint, by mid-April, without needing a breath. He had, on the Quidditch pitch in the final match against Ravenclaw, caught the snitch 16 minutes into the game with a quiet, surgical piece of flying that had made Oliver Wood cry into his shoulder. He had, more importantly, thrown the cup celebration by telling his team, in the locker room, that if they could not all lift the trophy together, he was not going to lift it by himself. They had lifted it together. He had not grown, in 6 weeks, by more than a centimeter. His body, it turned out, was building quietly and carefully, like a carpenter who was not going to hurry a job. He had, by the second week of May, made, in his school robe's inside pocket, room for a small steel folding pistol that he was not, yet, going to tell his friends about, but which he had, through Ragnarok, bought legally, insured, and licensed under the Ministry's small and weirdly lenient registry of Muggle-born security devices, a little-used subsection of wand law that Hermione had, with her usual lightning thoroughness, found for him on page 1102 of Wand Law, a casual reader's guide. He had, in short, his kit, plus. He had also, in the Mirror of Erist, which he had, in a private second trip on Easter break, sat in front of for exactly 8 minutes, made a small but solemn promise to Vanessa that he would be sensible, and that he would come home, and that he would not start any fights, tonight, that he could not finish. Tonight, as he climbed down the rope ladder into the dark under the trapdoor, with Hermione above him and Ron above her, he thought, with a fine bright sensation in the middle of his chest, going to finish this one. He landed on something soft. Hermione, a beat later, landed on something soft. Ron, 2 beats after that, landed on something soft. "Okay," said Hermione, quietly, in the dark. "Something soft. That is Devil's Snare. That is a plant that kills by strangulation, and to get out of it, we need fire, or relaxation, or sunlight." "Harry, I'm relaxing, Ron, just go floppy, floppy, Ron, floppy, I am floppy, this is very floppy, what is?" Wade, from his relaxed and boneless position, pointed his wand at the plant, and said, quietly, "Lumos solum." A shaft of sunlight, daylight bright, speared out of the tip of his wand. The Devil's Snare shrank from him as from a cattle prod, and with an unimpressed rustle, deposited all 3 of them, neatly, onto the flagstones of a new corridor. "Mrs. Sprout's going to ask us where we learned Lumos solum," said Hermione, standing up, rubbing her shoulder. "Lie," said Wade, cheerfully. "It builds character." They went on. They found, in the next chamber, a flock of flying keys around a broom, and Wade, who did not, in strict point of fact, need a broom at this point in the plot, nevertheless climbed on one for the aesthetic, and pulled the battered silver key out of the air with a fluid, careless tilt, and handed it to Hermione to unlock the door. In the 3rd chamber, a giant chessboard. "Ron," said Wade. "Ron, I'm going to need you to not fight me on this." "Fight you on what?" "You, specifically, are a chess prodigy, and I am going to let you be one. We do not have time for a committee. Play." Ron played. Wade had never, with the full attention of his adult mind, watched an 11-year-old boy from a family of 7 play a board game at the peak of his art. It was beautiful. Ron moved them through the pieces like he was solving a small, patient puzzle that had been custom-made for him. He called out their positions. He made a mistake, once, and immediately corrected for it. He played, for the last 6 moves, with a calm that Wade recognized from the best snipers he had worked with. When he got them to the winning move, Ron said, quietly, "All right. I have to be the knight that gets sacrificed." "Ron, I don't want to hear it." "Hermione, Harry, go forward. I'll catch up. I promise. Take the stone. I love you guys." "Hermione," very softly, said Ron, "don't." "Hermione. Go." Ron's knight moved forward. The White Queen moved, in a single elegant motion, and the knight shattered underneath her. Ron, underneath it, went flat on the floor, a long bleeding gash above his ear. Hermione lunged. Wade caught her at the elbow. "He's alive." Pulse. "Hermione. He's alive. Go. Go now. Firenze promised me. We'll come back for him in 10 minutes, and he will be all right, and we are already on a clock. Go." Hermione, white-faced, made one of the hardest decisions of her young life and went. They ran, not walking, down the last corridor. In the 4th chamber, a troll. Dead. Somebody had got there first and killed it. Its blood was drying on the stone. Wade, with the professional interest of a man who had killed one of these himself, made a small pleased noise. "Snape," said Hermione, in a whisper, jogging. "He must have taken this one, good for him," said Wade. Now we're 3 chambers ahead of his busybody. In the 5th chamber, a potion puzzle. A table. 7 bottles. A riddle in Snape's handwriting. Hermione was, predictably, the fastest human alive at logic puzzles. Harry. Okay. The smallest one lets you go forward. The rounded one on the right lets you go back. There are 2 nettle wines, those are ordinary wine, 3 potions are poison. The forward one only has enough for 1 sip. Harry, drink it. One of us, Harry. Only one. Drink it, Hermione. You drink it. You go forward with me. Harry, it's only one. Wade, patiently, pulled a silver hip flask out of his inside pocket. Hermione blinked. I've been carrying, Wade explained, an emergency vial of Felix Felicis, liquid luck, bought off a healer at Gringotts, for exactly this kind of thing. One of us drinks the potion, one of us drinks the Felix. The Felix will keep him alive and move him forward. It'll also hide him from the enemy until the right moment. Hermione. I drink the potion. You drink the Felix. You go forward. You keep me alive by staying clever, and specifically by doing what you do, which is thinking. Harry, drink it, you extraordinary human being. She drank it. Her eyes, they brightened, physically. Her shoulders fell an inch. She smiled the way a cat smiles at a window. She said, in a voice that was entirely still Hermione but had on it a faint gold leaf glaze, all right. Wade drank his potion. The door opened. He stepped through. The flames, behind him, rose. The last chamber was, of course, the one with the mirror. The mirror of Ariste, the same one, the one he had sat in front of with Vanessa, transplanted down here into the root chamber of Dumbledore's big long quiet plan, stood on a little dais in the middle of a circular stone room. In front of the mirror stood Professor Quirrell, alone. His turban was in his hand. His head, the head under the turban, was, Wade had to admit, on sight, that Quirrell had been a very considerate host, not empty. The back of his skull was, in fact, the front of a second face, thin, white as a peeled mushroom, red-eyed, snake-nostriled, lipless. A face that looked at Wade, in the moment Wade came through the door, with a smile that was more teeth than politeness. Potter, breathed Voldemort, out of the mouth on the back of Quirrell's head, an intimate low whisper, as if he had been waiting for this specific line all evening. Potter. You came. I knew you would come. I knew it. Come forward. Wade came forward. Not because the thing on Quirrell's head told him to. Because he had been planning to. He walked, slowly, in the circle of torchlight, one hand loose at his side, his wand up his left sleeve, his katana ready to materialize in his right palm, his folding pistol resting, small and comfortable, against his right hip inside the robe. He said, pleasantly, as he came, Professor. It's late. We shouldn't be up. Quirrell's mouth, Quirrell's body, he was, Wade saw with a small sympathetic pang, visibly dying, tried to laugh, and failed. You, said Voldemort, out of the back of the head. You are not, Harry Potter. Wade said, helpfully. Right. I'm not, exactly. I mean, I am now. But I wasn't always. Is that what you wanted to ask, big fella? What are you, said Voldemort, quietly. Wade stopped 10 paces from the mirror. He smiled. He smiled with all of his teeth, the way he had not smiled in front of another human being since his first life, and he said, in the specific, dry, half-amused, entirely crackling voice of the old Wade Wilson, Hi. My name's Wade. I used to be a mercenary. I died last Tuesday, well, 11 years ago last Tuesday, sorry, and woke up in your prophecy. You picked, specifically, the wrong kid. You were looking for a neglected, love-starved, 10-year-old boy with a hero's posture. What you got was a 37-year-old chainsmoker from Jersey with a healing factor and a boundary issue. So, just to be clear, I'm the one who shredded you in the nursery. I'm the one whose scar has been, technically, housing the sad little chunk of your eternal soul that was left behind after your suicide by toddler. I'm the one who sat on it for 11 years and then paid a goblin to pull it out of my head last March. I'm the one who has been, politely, not telling Dumbledore what's in your turban for 6 months, because I wanted, specifically, to have you down here, alone, with me, with one available body, with no fallback plan, with no living Horcruxes left in either of our heads, tonight. Any questions? Voldemort, for an entire second of unguarded, genuine human surprise, did not speak. Wade, in the pause, took one step to the side. This put him, with exquisite theatrical geometry, directly between the mirror and the door. "It's on the floor," said Voldemort, at last, in a tightly controlled voice. "The stone. You have it somewhere on you. I heard the potion door open. You got through. Give me the stone." "Nope. Give me the stone, Potter. I need a body, I need the stone. Give me the stone and I will let your father's cloak go back to you, boy, I will let you live." "Tom," said Wade, gently, "you have a really bad read on people, and I want you to know, at the end, that it is your single biggest flaw. You keep threatening people with things that mean a lot to you and nothing at all to them. I don't want the stone. I don't have the stone. The stone is, oh, do you want to watch me find out where the stone is? Watch this. This is the good bit." He turned, smoothly, to the mirror. He smiled at it. In the mirror, Wade saw himself, older, taller, robed, smiling, reach into his own pocket and pull out, with a conjurer's flourish, a small red stone. He felt, at the same moment, a sudden, cold, very pleasant weight in his own pocket. He did not react visibly. He kept smiling, at the mirror, for another 3 seconds, the way a man at a cash machine smiles at the security camera while he pockets his money. Then he turned back to Quirrell. "No stone," he said. "Sorry, Tom." Voldemort's voice went up. "Liar. I really do hate that word. The mirror, he let the mirror see you, the old fool, he put the stone inside the mirror. Whoever wants the stone but does not want to use it can take it. You do not want to use it." "Let me speak to him, Master," said Quirrell, tremblingly. "Master, you are not strong enough. Let me speak to him." Quirrell, in a slow, awful, obedient motion, unbound his turban the last of the way, and turned his head. Face to face with the thing on the back of Quirrell's skull, Wade, unblinking, inclined his head by 1/4 of an inch. "Tom," he said. "You," said Voldemort's face, with a slow, glittering, savage focus. "Wade Wilson. Yes. I see you. I see, in you, a man of talent. A man of real talent. You have done, in 11 years, what I could not do in 70. You have walked, a child, into the wizarding world, and you have made of it exactly what you wished. I respect you. Wade Wilson. Let us talk as adults. The stone. The elixir. There is enough for both of us. You are a man who has lost a wife. I know. I have been, in your skull, since you were a baby. I have seen Vanessa. Wade. I can bring her back." The room, around them, stilled. Wade Wilson, who had, in 2 separate lives, been tempted by exactly one offer in his entire existence, felt, in the core of his ribcage, his own heart, for the 5th time in this life, skip. He let it. He did not fight it. Then he said, mildly, "Tom. Buddy. You are not the first creep to try that one on me, and you are not even, structurally, the scariest. No. Thanks. Vanessa is dead. I am not, in fact, going to try to have her back. She would hate it. She would, specifically, hate it. And, for what it's worth, I think you are so bad at love that even if you could somehow bring her back, what you would bring back would not be her. It would be your idea of her, which is a cartoon. So, no. Thank you for asking. Shall we get this over with?" Voldemort snarled. "Kill him," he hissed at Quirrell. "Kill him. Take the stone from his pocket. Kill him." Quirrell, raising his wand, Quirrell, spinning, quick as a snake striking, shot a bolt of sick green at Wade's chest. Wade was no longer there. He had, 1/4 of a second before, rolled sideways to his left, fluid as water, and come up with, from his inside pocket, the long bright line of his katana. He was already grinning. "Okay," he said. "Professor Quirrell. I want you to know that I am really sorry we didn't get to know each other better. You were a very interesting Dada teacher. You had some very good ideas about Grindylows. I'm going to try to do this so you live." Quirrell snarled a curse. Wade moved again. He moved, for what was left of the chamber, with the full patient extravagance of a man who had not been in a real fight in 11 years and who had decided, privately, that he was going to enjoy this one. Quirrell, to be fair, had evidently been taught a good deal by the thing on the back of his head, fired off a crackling yellow disorientation hex, a whip of purple fire, and a straight, vicious, nasty little crucio all in under 2 seconds, in a combination a dueling master would have admired. Wade took the disorientation hex on his left shoulder. It did nothing, because Wade's old telepathic resistance was, apparently, now counted by the wizarding world's laws of magic as a kind of general mental interference shielding. He redirected the whip of purple fire around his katana, which rang when the fire hit it and then, as a separate small miracle, ate the fire whole. He rolled, smoothly, under the crucio, which went over his head and smashed, with a gratifying theatrical thunder, into the far wall of the chamber. He came up dancing. He came up, and this was important for his dignity, privately, with a quip, 3 spells in 2 seconds, Tom. Not bad. I'm going to be petty and call that your best work of the night, because, frankly, your A-game was 11 years ago, and it was bad. Want to try left-handed? I'll wait. Voldemort, from the back of Quirrell's head, snarled something. Quirrell, convulsing, raised his wand again. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse, the real one, the one with weight, the one that had killed Lily, the one that Wade had, when it last met him, been an infant cradled in his dying mother's arms for, left Quirrell's wand. Wade, specifically, did not dodge it. He had, in 11 years, thought about this very moment more times than he had thought about sex, which was saying something. He had turned it over. He had rehearsed it. He had asked Hermione, in the room of requirement, to help him build, very carefully, the shape of a counter-curse, not of a spell, but of an old thing, a thing that had already once in his life absorbed a killing curse and sent it back. The shield, in other words, that his mother had made him. He had, over the 6 weeks since the Horcrux removal, taught his body to wear that shield, not as an accident of infancy, but as a chosen armor. He brought it up now. He brought it up the way a fencer brings up a buckler, at the last possible fraction of a second, with his left hand, across his chest, in a flat plane of pure, inherited, unkillable love, and the green curse, meeting it, stopped. Bent. Reversed. Came apart, not in a rebound, but in a slow, spiraled, elegant unweaving, like someone rewinding a spool of thread. Wade, in the middle of the room, with the last of the curse dissolving around his knuckles, said, in a voice so light that it floated, "Hi, Mom." Voldemort, on the back of Quirrell's head, made a small sound that was, specifically, the sound of a man understanding, for the first time, that a plan he had been working on for half a century was unsalvageable. "Wade Wilson," he breathed. "Tom. You are, yeah. A problem. I know. Settle down. Last round." He closed, then. He closed the distance between them with the long easy bounding rhythm of a hunter whose prey had stopped running. He caught Quirrell's wrist at the wand hand again. He held it, firm, not cruel. He stepped in, close, specifically around the back of Quirrell's head, behind the eyes of the thing that was staring at him from the back of the skull. He was now, at last, face to face, specifically, with the thing on the back of Quirrell's head. Voldemort tried, one last time, to slide out of Quirrell's skull and lunge at him as a pure spirit. Wade, who had been waiting for this, did not, in fact, allow it. He had, and he was going to owe Healer Thistlewood a very, very expensive bottle of wine for this, put, that morning, on his own temples, 2 small dabs of a goblin-made paste that made his skull, for exactly 1 hour, host-proof against wraiths, ghosts, and any incorporeal possession by any magical being not bound to him by blood and love. The paste had cost him 1/4 of his Gringotts allowance. It had cost, in other words, approximately the same as a used Hyundai. It was worth, in the next 10 seconds, approximately the GDP of a small country. Voldemort's wraith leapt. It hit Wade's forehead, the old, familiar, scarless stretch of skin above his eyes, and bounced. It hung in the air for a beat, astonished. Voldemort looked at him. Voldemort, Wade would remember, with the specific clear fondness of a man remembering the one great boss fight of his life, was absolutely petrified. Not afraid. Petrified. Locked up. 11 years of not having a body, 11 years of feeding, parasitically, off a weak man, 11 years of drinking unicorn blood in a forest, and here he was, for the first time, at the ritual moment, when he had expected to walk into Harry Potter's crib all over again and finish the job, and the boy in the room was, visibly, now, not the boy he had come for. Wade, inches from Voldemort's face, said, softly, "Hi." Voldemort, very small, tried to retreat back inside Quirrell's skull. Wade's left hand, his left hand, the one that was not holding the katana, came up. He had been, for 2 years in his old life, a better-than-average amateur boxer. He had, in his second life, practiced in the Room of Requirement, which he had found on a Wednesday in March, for exactly 76 hours across 12 weeks. He had, among other things, practiced the specific punch he had always wanted to be good at, which was the short, precise, palm strike-style punch that was mostly physics and not much artistry. He palmed Voldemort directly in the face. He hit, specifically, the cartilage of the flat, nostril-slit, terrible little nose. He hit it with the full weight of his 11-year-old fist, concentrated behind the force of his old body's 30 years of muscle memory, with the addition of the specific clarifying fury of a man who had, 11 years earlier, watched this sock man murder a woman Wade had known for 6 minutes. Voldemort's face, the projection, the echo, the leftover, absorbed the hit. It did not bruise, because it did not have bones. What it did do was, it started, in a clean, bright red pop, to dissolve, because physical touch between Voldemort's last shred of self and the body of the one reincarnated Wade Wilson, the boy whose mother's love had wrapped him, 11 years ago, in a shield specifically designed to repel this thing, was, literally, poisonous to the shred of self in question. Quirrell, under the shred, screamed. Wade caught him as he fell, because he was not going to be a man who let a teacher die alone on the floor. "Professor," he said, quickly, "stay with me. Stay with me. You're okay. Hermione's going to come in a minute. Stay with me. Don't push him out, just sit with him. I've got him." Behind Quirrell's eyes, the professor, the real professor, the little sad man who had gone to Albania for a sabbatical and had come back riddled with a passenger, blinked, twice, rapidly, because for the first time in 2 years his eyes were, technically, his own. "Potter," he whispered, in his own voice, which had no stutter. "Hi, Professor. I'm sorry. It's okay. I'm so sorry. I never meant, I know. Hey. Stay with me." Behind the professor, Voldemort, the scrap of Voldemort, the thin grey smoke, was writhing off the back of Quirrell's head, and was, in its last desperate motion, trying to leap across the room at the mirror. It could feel the stone in there, it could feel the stone in Wade's pocket, or in the mirror, which was worse, both at once, and it was gathering itself, a last attack, at the rib cage of Wade Wilson. Wade, one hand on Quirrell, the other drawing from his inside pocket, smoothly, the small folding pistol. He cocked it, one-handed. He pointed it at the grey smoke. "Tom," he said, loudly, over the room. "This is called a gun. Guns work in this country, if you handle them right. I handle them right. You don't have a wand. You don't have a body. You don't have a plan. This is the end of Act 1. Take the hint. Voldemort, the scrap, the shred, the mean thin old afterthought of a great evil, hissed. He lunged. Wade fired. He fired, specifically, a bullet made, in Gringotts, from a very thin silver blended with a small thread of basilisk fang, because Ragnarok, as per his promise, had sent him the vial of basilisk venom, and Wade had, with Hermione's help, spent an evening in the room of requirement making exactly 6 of these bullets. You did not spend 11 years in a cupboard reading the encyclopedia without, at some point, learning to blend a metallurgical compound. The bullet hit the scrap of Voldemort. The scrap of Voldemort, entire last remnant of the soul of Tom Marvolo Riddle, who had been a boy with a tidy face at the orphanage and then, in a very long campaign of disappointments, a monster, made a sound like water hitting a very hot pan. It did not scream. It did not curse. It did not, even, have time to try to flee. The venom, the silver, and the dying unicorn blood it had been sipping all spring reacted with each other, in the air of a small stone chamber under Hogwarts, and they made, all three, a high-hot flash, the same sickly green as its own killing curse, and then a soft, tired little pop. The smoke was gone. The room was still. In Wade's pocket, the stone, a small, warm, red, unremarkable lump, was warm. Wade exhaled. He put down the pistol. He hugged the falling Quirrell. He said, very quietly, in the small private voice he had, once, used with Vanessa, "You did good, Professor. Just breathe. Don't move. I've got you. Hermione. Hermione, I'm in here, I've got him, I need help." The door slammed open. Hermione, under the Felix glow, flew in. She knelt. She took Quirrell's other arm. "Harry. Hermione. Ron's okay, I checked, is it, it's done," said Wade, softly. "Let's get the professor to the hospital wing. Let's take the stone to Dumbledore. Let's all go sleep for a week." Hermione was crying. Wade, on the floor of the chamber, his arm around a traumatized teacher, his other hand open with a small red stone in it, let her. He woke up in the hospital wing 3 days later. At his bedside, on a stack of get-well cards and Mrs. Weasley knitted socks, purple this time, sat Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore, in his silk robes, with his twinkling, unreadable eyes, looked up from a small book of crosswords and said, mildly, "Ah. The great hero awakes." Wade, a little groggy, sat up. "Sir. Mr. Potter. You are a remarkable boy. Sir. Let us dispense with the boy. I note, from your pulse under Madame Pomfrey's monitoring, that you are, shall we say, somewhat older than you let on." Wade, meeting his eye, said, "I am." "How old?" "I'm 11, sir. But I have been 11 for, by my count, 43 years on the inside." Dumbledore considered him. Dumbledore nodded. "Thank you for your candor," he said. "You know, I think, that I know. I will not say so to the staff. I will not say so to your friends. I will observe, only, quietly and with great interest, from here. I will, however, ask you a question. Sir. Whose life, Mr. Potter, did you live before you lived this one?" Wade, for a long moment, did not answer. He looked at his knees, under the hospital sheet. He said, at last, "I was, a man who tried, a lot, to be a good one, sir, and failed most days. I had a wife. I lost her. I was, in my last years, a joke, and a target, and a friend of some people who loved me better than I deserved. I was a soldier. I was, a lot of things. I was, at the end, alone in a basement, eating oatmeal, and I got shot by a tax attorney." Dumbledore laughed. He laughed, in fact, the big honest wheezy laugh of an old man who had, for 100 years, been trying to put his finger on a particular flavor of joke, and who had finally had it served to him in full. "Oh, Mr. Potter," he said, wiping his eye. "Oh, I cannot wait for the next 6 years of your education. I can tell you this, I have been waiting, since November, for a quiet evening in which to ask you that question. Thank you. Thank you for a new and excellent story, and for a new and excellent ally. I will ask one favor of you." "Anything, sir." "Live loud, Mr. Potter," said Dumbledore, lightly. "Make trouble. Keep your friends close. Keep them alive. And do not, under any circumstance, ever, become the kind of man who accepts resurrections from dark wizards. You are not, in any way, the kind of man who needs them." Wade, grinning a little, said, "Centaur told me the same thing, sir. Firenze is a wise centaur, and a fair reader of the stars. I think he is right about you. Sleep well. There will be, as soon as you can walk, a feast. And a pile of paperwork. And a great many hugs from Miss Granger, who has not let go of you by daylight for 3 days. How's Quirrell? Alive. Shaken. On leave. Under my personal care. He will, I think, with time, forgive himself. You have done something extraordinary for him, Harry. You have let him come home." Wade, sitting up straighter, said, "And, Steve?" Dumbledore, with a small private smile, said, "Gone. With help. I understand a certain goblin had a hand in it. A certain goblin. I like that goblin. I think I may, this summer, have a pint with him. He'd like that, sir." Dumbledore stood up. "Eat your chocolate, Mr. Potter. Sleep. The world, for tonight, is holding up." He turned to leave. At the door, with his hand on the frame, he paused, without turning. "Mr. Potter." "Sir." "One last thing." "Sir." "There will be others." "Others, sir." "Things that, came with you." He did turn, then, slowly, the tip of his long blue hat catching the candlelight. "I do not know how to say this diplomatically, so I will say it plainly. Your reincarnation, Harry, was not, I think, a clean transaction. Things you had in your first life came with you. The pocket. The blade. The factor. That is not free. Somewhere, in some cosmos, there is a bill outstanding. Other things than small dark lords will come for you, before you are done. I have seen the shape of them. I will not name them tonight. I only ask, when they come, that you remember, you are not alone in this castle, you are not alone in this life, and you are, whatever else you were before, a Gryffindor of my school, and we will stand with you." Wade, in the bed, did not trust his voice for a full beat. "Yes, sir," he said, at last. Dumbledore, without turning again, lifted a hand. "Good. Enjoy the chocolate. Save me a cauldron cake." And he was gone. The leaving feast was a blur of gold and red. Gryffindor won the house cup, because Dumbledore had, as Wade had quietly suspected he would, rewarded a certain number of last-minute heroics with last-minute points. Ron was on his feet, bandaged, hoarse, grinning. Hermione was in her new Transfiguration prize, which had been pinned to her robes and was, she kept explaining, completely unearned. Neville, specifically, on Wade's quiet nomination, had been given 10 points by Dumbledore for standing up to his friends, which had earned Gryffindor its winning edge by a single digit, and Neville had, on hearing his name called, cried into his pudding and been hugged by everyone in a 5-seat radius. The twins played a harmonica duet on top of the Gryffindor table. Hermione snorted juice out of her nose at a joke Wade made about Oliver Wood. Dumbledore, at the staff table, waved his wand and turned the Slytherin banners to Gryffindor red and gold with such smug theatricality that McGonagall, 3 seats down, actually shoved her napkin over her mouth. Wade ate 3 cauldron cakes and promised himself, at some point, to eat a fourth. Quirrell did not attend. He was at rest, in his own small quiet house in the south of England, under the care of a goblin healer and a Hogwarts-paid housekeeper who made him thick soups. He had sent, by post, a stiff polite note to Wade, thanking him for his life and enclosing a small, carefully wrapped, heavy cube of carved ebony with an open eye burnt into its surface, and a clemency charm, very old, very strong, very dangerous in the wrong hands. The note said, in the square careful handwriting of a man who had been practicing, politely, "You have, I think, enemies. Use this. It is my father's. Bernard." Wade tucked it into his inside pocket, where it hummed, softly, against the stone. The stone itself, he had returned to Dumbledore at 4 in the morning the night after the chamber, no ceremony, no discussion, and Dumbledore, with his small private smile, had cupped it in his palm for a beat, had sighed, and had said, "Nicholas and Perenelle have been having an excellent couple of centuries. They will be delighted, I think, to finally close the books. I will tell them you said hello, Mr. Potter." And that was the last Wade had heard of it, because a stone, given back, is a problem set down. He went home for the summer. Home, and he allowed himself, on the train back to King's Cross, the small private word, was, at least for the moment, the Dursleys. He would not be staying long. Ragnarok had, very quietly, been arranging for a small, legal, proper magical guardianship for him by the Weasleys, starting mid-July, to be confirmed by the Ministry in August. He was going to the Burrow. At the station, Vernon was waiting with his mouth in a line. Petunia had, Wade noticed, gotten a little thinner. Dudley had, Wade noticed, gotten a little fatter. Wade, down the platform, paused, and turned, and gave Hermione one long tight hug, and gave Ron a punch on the shoulder that was softer than anyone else would have seen it as, and he promised them both, one hand on each of their sleeves, that he would write weekly, and that they would see each other at the Burrow for August. He walked to Vernon. He stopped one pace in front of him. "Vernon," he said, politely. "Hi. One more month with you. Then the Weasleys are going to foster me. The paperwork is being filed. You and Petunia and Dudley are going to be in my life a great deal less after the 1st of July, and this will, I think, be a relief for all of us. I'd like, in the remaining 3.5 weeks, to simply cohabit peacefully. You get the cupboard. I get your old bed. No one goes into Dudley's old room, we don't have to, it's a perfectly comfortable arrangement. If you need to pretend to a neighbor, you can say I've gone to a boarding school for, I don't know, juvenile offenders. Does that work for you?" Vernon, a little pink, looked at him. You've changed." "I have. I don't know what to, come on, Vernon. Let's get in the car. It's been a long year. I'll tell you about the troll over dinner." "The troll. It's a great story." And Wade, Harry, walked, not looking back, with his trunk and his cage and his owl and his scar that was no longer a scar and his packed inside pocket full of many impossible things, out of King's Cross Station and into the rest of his new, impossible, beautiful life. Somewhere, in a corner of a cosmos that was not the one he was in, a narrator he could no longer quite hear, a different narrator this time, one with a more tired voice and a harder-looking coat, spoke softly to an empty room. "He thinks he's done," said the narrator. "He is not done. He is barely begun. Other worlds have noticed, now. Other things. The ones who remember who Wade Wilson was, the ones whose universes have a small, suspicious, slightly tacky Deadpool-shaped hole in them, they have started looking. There is a woman in a red mask, in another cosmos, rebuilding a body. There is a green-eyed snake queen in another, asking where her enemy has gone. There is a goddess of chaos laughing, because she always laughs. They are going to come for him. They are going to come for him soon, and when they do, he is, bluntly, ready, because he has just had one very good boss fight, and he has, the old boy, remembered how to finish one." The narrator paused. "See you in Book 2, kids."